Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to welcome you back to the channel. If you enjoy my videos, please don't forget to hit the like button. Share with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. That's the most precious gift you can give me, it's what keeps me going. What gives me the strength to keep telling these stories? Stories you might not want to hear when you're alone in the dark. You may think you're alone, but are you really? The house was quiet as I sat there in the dark, staring into the blackness of my living room. My mind had been racing all evening, but now, I wasn't so sure. It was then I heard it again, a faint whisper, barely audible over the quiet hum of the air conditioning. Sparky. The name I hadn't heard in over 3 decades. My hand froze, holding the coffee mug midway to my lips. My heart raced in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. What was that? The voice had come from somewhere deep inside the walls of my modernist house, perched on the edge of Blackwater Lake. This was a place of supposed peace, a sanctuary built on steel and glass, but tonight it felt different. It felt wrong. I glanced at the digital clock on the microwave. 3:17 a.m. The green glow blinked, its cold light cutting through the dark. A reminder of just how isolated I was in this vast space. Alone. Or so I thought. I told myself it was just the stress, the merger, the long hours, and the pills I had been using to force sleep. The same routine that had earned me the corner office at Meridian Financial but cost me my marriage. It wasn't real. I wasn't going crazy. There had to be a logical explanation. Still, the silence seemed to hold something, an air thick with something unspoken. Maybe the wind, I reasoned. But no. It wasn't the wind. I tried to shake it off, thinking it was just my imagination playing tricks. The house was new, after all. A place that had yet to settle. The natural sounds of expansion and contraction filling the night. I would be fine, I told myself. Until I found it. The baseball card. It was wedged between the pages of the Wall Street Journal I had brought in that morning. Mickey Mantle, 1956. The card I had traded away all those years ago. The one with the bent corner, the faded ink stain where my uncle had written my name before changing his mind. It shouldn't be here. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. It was impossible. This card, my card, was supposed to be in Bobby Winter's collection, halfway across the country. But here it was, in my home. As if time itself had bent to bring it back. I dropped it, no, I let it go. As if it had burned me. The coldness in my chest spread. As if the weight of the years had just hit me all at once. The panic I hadn't felt since the market crash of 2008 was back, crashing over me like a wave. There was no explanation for this. No reason. I turned the house upside down that night, checking every lock. Double-checking the state-of-the-art security system I had insisted on when I bought this place. This should be a fortress. But even the steel and glass walls of my home couldn't keep out what was creeping inside. I poured a glass of Macallan 25, hoping it would dull the fear gnawing at the back of my mind. But then it happened. The shadow. In the corner of my eye. Something moved. A figure, blacker than the shadows themselves. Crossing the wall. No, not a figure. A shape. It slid with a fluid, unnatural grace, like a shadow given life. I whipped around, knocking my whiskey glass off the table. But there was nothing there. The wall was pristine. The canvas, expensive. The furniture, pristine. But the feeling was anything but clean. Losing your mind, old man? I muttered to myself, trying to reassure myself. But as the words left my lips, another voice spoke. Sparky, remember the oath. It was distant, as though it were in the room with me. Yet it came from nowhere. A cold voice, cutting through the silence like a blade. I staggered back, the glass shards crunching beneath my feet. The cold glass of the windows pressing against my spine. My body went rigid, and in that moment, I knew this wasn't just a whisper. It was a warning. I tried to scream, but no sound came. The air seemed to thicken, pressing in from all sides. And then, I saw it. A reflection. But it wasn't mine. A figure, tall and dark, standing just beyond the edge of the window. I blinked, but it didn't go away. No, this was no figment of my imagination. It was real. It was here, and it wasn't alone. My fingers fumbled for the phone. But as I touched the screen, it flickered. The image distorted. The words blending into nonsense. Sparky. The voice came again. Louder this time, filling the room. I dropped the phone, my breath shallow. My pulse quickening. The oath. What oath? It all came crashing down, memories. Feelings, the past. A pact I'd made when I was young, one I had long forgotten. But whatever it was, it remembered. And now, it wanted me to remember too. But at what cost? This is just the beginning of a long, dark journey into the unknown. The shadows that haunt our past are rarely as distant as we think. They are always waiting, always watching. And in the dead of night, they whisper, Sparky, remember the oath. Every step I take to escape, it follows. Every door I close, it finds a way inside. And now, it has come for me. The question is, will it come for you too? But then I saw it. A shadow, long and distorted, stretched across the floor of the garage, casting a dark veil over the sleek metallic surface of my car. It moved. Slowly at first, like the creeping tide of some unseen force. Then it swelled, filling the entire space, until it consumed the corners, the walls, and finally, me. A deep coldness flooded through my chest. And my breath became a labored wheeze, the pressure in my lungs making each inhale feel like an eternity. The air was thick, like a suffocating fog that clung to every surface, every inch of skin. Blood oath. The words echoed in my mind, sharp and clear now. The chill in my bones reverberating with the sound. I turned slowly, heart racing, pulse hammering in my ears. The shadow had no distinct shape, but I could feel it. No, it felt me. It watched me, waited, like a predator silently observing its prey before the final strike. And then the whisper came again. Closer this time. Too close. Right next to my ear. Sparky. My head snapped to the side. No one was there. No one had ever been there. Yet, the voice, my voice, the one from my childhood, rang in my mind, louder than ever. The room was suffocating. The walls closed in. The temperature dropped to an unthinkable low. As if the very essence of life had been drained from the house, leaving it cold. Lifeless, waiting for something. For me. I scrambled. My legs barely able to hold me as I bolted for the door. But it was no use. The shadow seemed to grow taller, more tangible with every step I took. Its edges creeping toward me like the tide flooding a once pristine shore. I reached for the handle, but it was stuck, welded shut. As if the house itself had locked me in. The walls tightened, constricted around me, whispering in a language I was too terrified to understand. The oath, you broke it. The words weren't from the shadow. They came from inside my head, from the depths of a memory that had long been buried. A promise I had forgotten. A pledge sealed in blood. In the innocent days of youth, when I had no idea of the price I would one day pay. The price of ambition, of success, of greed. I stumbled backward. The weight of my past crashing over me like a tsunami. It was all coming back. The dark promise, the deal struck in the woods behind my childhood home. The price of everything I had gained, everything I had lost. And now, it was time to pay. The whisper grew louder, angrier. The walls groaned with the sound of something ancient, something alive. Blood oath, you remember. I screamed, but the sound was muffled, swallowed by the thick air that surrounded me. I turned to face the source of the shadow, but it had already shifted, moving impossibly fast. The shape grew, taking on a grotesque form, a twisted parody of a human figure. Thin, far too thin. Elongated limbs, fingers stretching like gnarled branches. Reaching for me. And its face. I couldn't see it clearly, but I felt its eyes on me, hollow and hungry. You belong to me now. It whispered, the sound vibrating through my skull. You made the promise, and now you will fulfill it. You will remember what you owe. In a blind panic, I turned and fled. Stumbling out into the yard, my mind a whirl of terror and disbelief. The house, my sanctuary, had turned against me. There was no escape. The shadow followed, its cold grip never loosening. It was only a matter of time before one of these versions would find its way. Rightfully its own. I reached the edge of the yard and stopped. The lake stretched out before me, its surface as black as ink. It seemed alive. The water lapped gently at the shore, its rhythmic sound now seeming to mimic the beat of my own heart. I felt a pull, a draw towards the lake. Towards something deep within it, something ancient and waiting. And that's when I saw it. In the reflection of the water, not my face, but the face of the thing that had been following me. That had been whispering to me all this time. Its eyes, those hollow, dead eyes, stared back at me from the depths of the lake. It was the lake. And it had been here all along. Waiting. Watching. The oath was sealed. There was no escaping it. What terrified me most were the glimpses. Dark figures rising from its depths, pulling themselves up with impossible speed. I screamed, but no sound left my mouth. The shadow reached for me. Its fingers long and claw-like, grasping at my limbs, pulling me toward the water's edge. I was sinking, falling into the dark. Into the cold. You will remember, it whispered, as the water closed over my head. The last thing I heard was the echo of my childhood nickname, Sparky. And the faint whisper of a promise I couldn't escape. The price had been paid. The debt had been collected. And now, there was no going back. The house is quiet now. The whispering has stopped. But somewhere, deep in the lake, something waits. Something ancient and hungry. And it will always be there, watching. Waiting for the next person who dares make a promise they cannot keep. The blood oath has no expiration. With that realization, I turned the ritual upside down. Instead of offering blood, I offered something the entity had never accounted for: freedom. I spoke the words, twisting their meaning, using the very thing that had allowed it to claim me in the first place. My ambition. I would not give it my blood, I would take its power. The air grew thick, the pressure in the room building to unbearable levels as if the very walls themselves were closing in. The darkness outside pressed harder against the glass, an unrelenting weight that threatened to break through. I felt the pull of something ancient and malevolent at the edge of my consciousness, pushing and clawing at the boundaries of my mind. It was too late to turn back now. And then, the walls groaned. The house shifted. It wasn't like the rearranging I'd felt before. It was as though the foundation itself was buckling under the weight of what had been unleashed. The shadows thickened, swirling into grotesque shapes that writhed in the corners of my vision, beckoning me forward, toward the doorway that had always been waiting. The sound of whispering voices filled the room, louder now, like 1,000 insects skittering beneath the floorboards, all chanting my name, Sparky, with reverence and hunger. The doorway, that terrifying void, began to form before me. It was no longer just a crack, but a vast, swirling vortex. A tear in reality itself. Its edges burned with an unnatural blue light, casting long, twisting shadows over the room. I could hear it now, the low hum. The pulse of something living, breathing, waiting. It called to me. And this time, I did not hesitate. I stepped toward it, feeling the cold fingers of the darkness brushing against my skin. As I neared the edge of the vortex, I felt the pull intensify, as if the very fabric of existence was unraveling beneath my feet. "You belong to me now," the voice whispered, low and insistent. The words laced with ancient power. "You opened the door. You invited me in." But this time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a command. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the surface of the swirling void. For a moment, I thought it would consume me whole, but instead, I felt something shift. Something inside of me. A strange sense of control. "No," I said, my voice steady now, stronger than I had ever felt before. "You don't control me." The darkness recoiled, rippling away from my touch, as if surprised by my defiance. I felt the entity thrash against the walls of the house, its presence crashing against the barriers I had placed in my mind. The ritual had never accounted for this. The entity had thought it would use me, take my soul, but I had turned the tables. The shadows writhed and screamed, a chorus of tortured whispers swirling around me. I could feel the power within. The doorway, the terrible force it contained, trying to break free, to claim me in the world I had once known. But I held firm. My will, a barrier stronger than any I had imagined. The light from the vortex flickered, dying, and the darkness began to retreat. It was not just leaving the room, it was retreating into itself, folding in on itself as the doorway began to close. Slowly at first, then faster, until all that remained was the stillness of the room and the silence of the void. I stood there, panting, my hands shaking, as the last remnants of the entity's presence vanished into nothingness. The air in the room seemed to return to normal, the cold dissipating, the shadows fading. The house, the home that had once felt alive with terror, was now eerily quiet. I collapsed to my knees, the weight of what I had just done sinking in. The ritual was over, but at what cost? Had I truly won? Had I truly escaped? I glanced around the room, half expecting to see the entity standing there, watching me with its cold, hungry eyes. But the house was empty. Quiet. The walls, now just walls. The floor, just floor. But in the back of my mind, I knew something that would haunt me forever. The doorway had closed. But the entity had not been destroyed. It had been bound, and it still waited, somewhere in the dark corners of the world, for the moment when it could rise again. I had won, yes. But the cost of that victory was far higher than I could have imagined. The bargain I made as a child had come with consequences. And those consequences had only just begun. As I sat there, surrounded by the eerie quiet of the room, I understood the truth. The entity had not only wanted to enter this world. It wanted something else. It wanted me, my ambition, my success, my soul. And in the end, I had given it to it, not through blood, but through something much darker. My desperation. And so, I waited. Because I knew, deep down, the true price of what I had done. The cost of my ambition was far greater than I had ever realized. The entity would return. And next time, it would not be bound. I watched, unable to move, as the knob turned of its own accord. It was slow, deliberate, as though something, was testing the lock. A chill ran down my spine, and my heart thudded louder with each passing second. My first instinct was to dismiss it. Tell myself it was the wind, or an old pipe settling in the walls. But then, the knob turned again, this time faster, the click of the latch. Unmistakable. I stood, my legs stiff and heavy, and walked toward the hallway. Each step felt like it took longer than the last, the silence around me thick and suffocating. As I reached the threshold of the hallway, I saw the door. My bedroom door, standing wide open. The room was dark. The shadows cast by the dim hallway light creeping across the floor like tendrils of smoke. But there was something wrong. I could feel it in the air. A heaviness that hung around the doorframe, like a weight pressing against my chest. The house had never felt like this before. I stepped into the room. Every instinct telling me to turn around, to leave, but something else. Something deeper, compelled me to press on. As I crossed the threshold, the temperature seemed to drop, my breath visible in the air. The darkness inside the room was absolute, but the moment I stepped in, the shadows moved. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. Like 1,000 eyes staring at me from the blackness. I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come. That's when I saw it, a figure. Barely visible in the far corner of the room, standing completely still. Its shape was wrong, too elongated, too twisted to be human. I couldn't make out its features, only the darkness it radiated. I should have run. I should have turned and never looked back. But something kept me rooted to the spot. The figure moved. Its limbs jerking unnaturally as it glided toward me. I could hear the faintest whisper in the air, soft at first, like a distant echo, then growing louder until it filled the room. It spoke in a language I couldn't understand, its voice both alien and familiar. As if it had been waiting for me to notice it. "You've made a mistake." The voice hissed, its words sending a ripple through my very soul. "This house was never yours. It's mine." I staggered back. But my feet wouldn't move fast enough. I could feel the walls closing in. The air thickening, suffocating. My mind screamed for me to get out, to escape. But I couldn't look away from the figure as it drew nearer. It didn't walk. It simply was there, in one moment, then in the next, closer, always closer. I backed into the wall, unable to tear my gaze away from the entity as it reached out to me, its arms stretching too long, too far. Until I felt its cold touch on my skin. The moment it made contact, I felt the room shift. It wasn't just the air, or the temperature, but something deeper. Time itself seemed to lose its meaning, stretching, bending, folding around me. I tried to fight back, swinging my arms wildly. But they felt heavy, disconnected, as if they weren't even mine. The house, no, the thing inside it, was closing in, its influence permeating every crack, every crevice of the room, until it felt like the walls themselves were alive. And then, in a moment of terrifying clarity, I understood. This house wasn't just a building. It wasn't just bricks and wood and glass. It had been built on something. Something ancient. Something that wasn't human. It had been waiting, watching, and when I had bought it, when I had moved in, I had made a deal. Not with the seller, but with something far older. Something that wanted me here. "You should have left," it whispered again. Its voice seeping into my mind like a poison. "Now you're mine." The last thing I remembered was the sound of the door slamming shut, locking me in. The world outside the house seemed to fade, as if it was no longer real, and all that was left was the darkness in the room, the weight of the air, and the feeling of something terrible and ancient pressing in on me. I woke up in the same room, but everything had changed. The furniture, the walls, the windows, they were all the same, but somehow wrong. The shadows seemed deeper, the corners darker. There was a quiet hum in the air now, a strange vibration that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. The house was alive, and it was watching me. I tried to leave, but the door wouldn't open. The windows wouldn't budge. Everything I touched seemed to resist me, as though the house itself was refusing to let me go. The realization hit me then, with a crushing weight. I was trapped. I had made a bargain once, and I had thought I had one. I had been wrong. Now, the house was mine, and I was its prisoner. But something deeper still tugged at my mind, the realization that this wasn't just about me. The house had always been waiting. It wasn't the first time. Someone had made a deal with it. It wasn't the first time someone had promised. It's something they could never take back. And I wasn't going to be the last. The strange occurrences grew more frequent with each passing night. At first, I could convince myself it was simply a trick of the mind, stress, sleep deprivation, the wear and tear of old age. But the things I saw, the subtle but undeniable distortions, could no longer be ignored. I began to document everything: times, dates, locations, hoping that a logical pattern would emerge. But instead, I found myself slipping deeper into a pattern of dread. Like a man trapped in a maze that stretched beyond the limits of space and time. A week later, it happened again, this time with a new level of terror. The doors, the walls, the entire house had become alive, pulsing with a strange, unidentifiable energy. The space itself seemed to shift, its boundaries expanding and contracting like the breath of something ancient. Watching, waiting. I awoke one night to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate, as if someone was walking just outside my door. My pulse quickened, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I knew no one was supposed to be in the house. I had been alone. Slowly, I crept out of bed, my feet bare against the cold wooden floor. The silence oppressive in its weight. I reached for the doorknob and twisted it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. When I opened the door, I found the hallway empty. But the air was thick, as if something had been there, something that had just left. The atmosphere was heavy with that lingering presence of something I couldn't see, couldn't understand. The walls seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light, as if the house itself was breathing. I avoided these areas when possible. I backed away from the door, too frightened to step further into the hallway. But something compelled me to look. I needed to know what had caused it. And then, as if on cue, the door to the attic, an old, heavy wooden door that I hadn't touched in years, creaked open on its own, revealing the darkness beyond. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it. I hadn't opened that door in months, and yet now it beckoned to me. The steps creaked underfoot as I slowly approached, each movement calculated, deliberate, like an animal stepping cautiously into the unknown. As I reached the attic, I felt an overpowering sense of dread settle over me. The air inside was stale, suffocating. I turned on the light, and for a moment, the normalcy of my surroundings, the dusty old boxes, the forgotten furniture, seemed almost comforting. But then my gaze fell to the far corner of the attic, where a dark shape stood. It was not a shadow. It was something else. A figure, but not quite human. It had a shape, a form, but it was wrong. Too tall, too thin, with elongated limbs that seemed to bend and twitch as though they had a life of their own. I froze, unable to move. My mind screaming at me to run, to leave. But I couldn't. I could only watch as the figure slowly turned toward me. Its face distorted in a way that made my stomach churn. The eyes, if you could call them eyes, were black, empty voids that seemed to draw me in, pulling me deeper into its gaze. And then it spoke. A whisper, no louder than a breath, but it echoed through my entire being. You should never have come here. The figure moved toward me with terrifying speed, its limbs bending at unnatural angles, twisting in ways that defied logic. I backed away, stumbling over boxes, my mind unable to process what was happening. The room seemed to shift around me, walls stretching, the ceiling distorting, as if reality itself were bending under the pressure of whatever it was that stood before me. I reached the door, my hand fumbling for the knob, but the moment I touched it, I felt it. The presence right behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know it was there. Its cold breath on my neck, its fingers reaching out for me. I forced the door open, stumbling backward into the hallway, and slammed it shut. I stood there, gasping for air, my body shaking uncontrollably. The house was silent again, but I knew it was not over. The figure had not gone. The house had changed. But it was not done with me. It was watching, always watching. And I knew, deep in my bones, that there was more to this place than I could ever have imagined. I began to understand then, in the darkest corners of my mind, that this house wasn't just haunted, it was alive. It had always been alive, waiting, growing, evolving. It had a purpose, and I had stumbled right into the heart of it. The whispers started again, this time louder, more insistent. The voice of the figure from the attic echoed through my mind, weaving itself into my thoughts. You belong to me now, it whispered. You are mine. But I didn't belong to it. I would not. I had broken the terms before, I could do it again. The house would not claim me. Not now, not ever. But even as I swore it to myself, I knew the truth. I couldn't escape. No one ever does. Not when the house decides you're part of its design. The shadows crept in, the walls pulsed with an unnatural rhythm. And I realized with a chill that my time in this place had just begun. This house, with all its dark secrets and twisted passages, would never let me go. The more I observed, the more I became aware of the nuances in these alternate realities. The people in these spaces, while distorted, were familiar. Their movements, their mannerisms, the way they interacted with their surroundings, they were almost human. But not quite. They were wrong. Each encounter left me shaken. But I couldn't stop myself from peering into these fractured worlds, drawn by some deep, unexplainable compulsion. The tipping point came one evening, just after sunset. I had been documenting the behavior of the front door, which, when opened at the precise moment the sun dipped below the horizon, led to a long, endless hallway. The floor was cracked and uneven, the wallpaper peeling in places, but the strangest part was the light dim, flickering, like old fluorescent bulbs struggling to stay alive. I opened the door, stepping into the hallway, notebook in hand. But something was different this time. A figure stood at the end of the hall, just far enough away that I couldn't make out any details at first. But then, it moved toward me, slowly, deliberately. It was my mother. At least, it looked like my mother, but her movements were stiff, jerky, like a puppet with its strings pulled too tight. She stopped a few feet in front of me. Her eyes were too wide, too shiny, the pupils almost gone, leaving only the white, reflecting the dim light. Her lips curled into a smile, but there was nothing warm or loving in it. It was a predatory grin. She didn't speak, but the sense of knowing washed over me, as though she recognized me, recognized my fear. The smile stretched even wider, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. Come closer, she whispered, the voice distant, as though it was coming from somewhere far behind her. I shook my head, heart pounding, but my feet were glued to the floor. The world seemed to pulse with her presence. The hallway stretched impossibly, long, and with every heartbeat, she drew closer. I fought against the overwhelming urge to move forward, to step into the space she had opened before me. But a cold, horrifying realization took root in my chest. This wasn't just another version of my mother. It was something else. Something pretending to be her, something trying to break through into my world. I slammed the door shut, my body trembling with the force of my terror. My breath came in short gasps, my pulse racing. The hallway was gone, replaced by the familiar walls of my house, but I knew, deep down, that the doorway was still there. Somewhere, just beyond the threshold. That world was waiting for me to open it again. To let it in. As the days passed, I couldn't escape the feeling of being hunted. Every corner I turned, every hallway I walked down, I felt the presence of them. The versions of the people I once knew, their eyes following me from the shadows. They were always just out of sight, watching, waiting. I couldn't help but wonder, how many of them were there? Hiding just beyond the door, waiting for the moment when I would make the wrong choice? I tried to focus on the daily rhythms of life, convincing myself that this was all in my head, that the house was just a little too old, a little too worn. But the cracks in reality grew more pronounced. The hallway continued to appear at different times. Sometimes with the light from the gas lamps, sometimes with the oppressive darkness I had encountered earlier. Each time, I would find myself standing at the edge of a doorway, staring into a world that didn't belong to me. The people, the others, grew bolder. My ex-wife appeared once more. This time standing in the dining room of an alternate world. Her movements so smooth, so fluid, they looked almost mechanical. She smiled, but it was a smile devoid of warmth, a smile that made my skin crawl. She tilted her head, eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. "You can never leave," she whispered, her voice echoing in the room. "You belong to us now." The words sent a chill through my body. I had always feared that these alternate worlds were simply reflections of my own mind, projections of my own guilt, regrets, and desires. But now, as they began to interact with me, as they began to reach into my world, I realized that they weren't just figments of my imagination. They were real. And they wanted something from me. I was being pulled into this web of realities, drawn deeper and deeper into a maze where the rules didn't apply. The doors no longer just opened to rooms in my house. They opened to other houses, houses that were warped versions of my own. Inhabited by twisted, monstrous versions of people I had once loved. It was only a matter of time before one of these versions would find its way into my world, and when that happened, I knew there would be no going back. I had to stop it. I had to close the door. I had to end this before it consumed everything I knew. But with each passing day, I felt myself slipping further from reality, torn between two worlds, unable to escape either. The boundary between them was thinning, and I could feel the pull of the other side, growing stronger. I gathered what little strength I had left and went to the bathroom, the place where it had all begun. I had to seal the breach. Find a way to stop these worlds from bleeding into one another. But when I stepped into the room, I found something waiting for me. The walls were covered in symbols, strange, foreign symbols, drawn in a fluid, almost organic way. Some were familiar, but most were not. They shifted, changing as I looked at them, like the very fabric of reality was being rewritten. And at the center of the room was the mirror. I stared into it, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move behind me. But it wasn't my reflection. It was one of them, standing just out of view, watching me. I had been wrong. I couldn't close the door, because I was already trapped in between. But the peace I've found is fragile. Tenuous, like a thread holding together something far more delicate than it appears. The boundaries I've reinforced are not impenetrable, only maintained with constant vigilance. The other realities. The versions of my house, my life, my own self, they still exist just beyond the edge of perception, waiting. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of them, just out of the corner of my eye, in reflections that aren't mine or in the shifting shadows of the hallway when I wake in the middle of the night. The worst part is not the anomalies themselves, but the fact that I know they are still there. I feel them pressing against the walls, testing the strength of the barriers I've carefully constructed. Late at night, when the house is silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards, I wonder how long I can keep this up. How long before one of those other versions of me, or one of the things from beyond, finds a way to push through. I had hoped, when I first began the rituals, that I could close the doors completely, lock them away for good. But no, the house is not something that can simply be locked away. It is too old, too tied to the fabric of these other realities. It is a nexus, a crossroad. It is not just my house. It is the house that connects them all. I'm the one who has to maintain it, to navigate the delicate balance between worlds, and the weight of that responsibility grows heavier with each passing day. Sometimes, when I stand in front of the bathroom mirror, the reflection stares back at me with eyes that are not quite my own. They look older, more worn, like the eyes of someone who has seen too much. Someone who has lived a lifetime within these walls and beyond them. I try to look away, but the eyes linger, waiting, as if they know something I do not. It's only a matter of time before one of them finds a way in, I know. One of the entities, one of the versions of me, or someone, or something from the other worlds that exists just outside of mine. They are waiting, patient, as the cracks in the walls of reality grow ever so slightly wider with each passing day. They know that I am the key to keeping the doors closed, but they also know that I am only human. And one day, I will slip. One day, I will make a mistake, and when I do, they will come. And when they do, I will have no more control. Until then, I continue my rituals. I light the herbs at the right times. I mark the symbols at the thresholds, and I speak the words that don't quite feel like they should come from my mouth. I maintain the boundaries between the worlds, but even as I do, I can't help but wonder how long I can keep this fragile peace. There are times, late at night, when I sit in the living room, staring into the darkness, feeling the weight of the house pressing in around me. The house is a living thing. It breathes. It shifts. It listens. It knows I am here. And though I've managed to close the doors for now, I know that it won't be long before they begin to open again. The worst part, the most terrifying part of it all, is that I'm no longer sure which reality I belong to. I live in this house, but is it my house anymore? Or is it just a version of it? A reflection of something I no longer understand? And when the doors open again, when the other versions of me begin to step through, what will be left of me? The house is no longer just a house. It is a prison, a portal. A crossroad that connects more than just my world and the ones I can see. It connects everything, every possible version of reality, every possible choice, every possible me. And I am the keeper of it all, the one who stands between these worlds, keeping them from collapsing into each other. But how long can I keep the balance? How long can I continue to hold the doors closed before they burst open on their own? How long before the other me, the one who stepped through, takes what I've tried to protect from slipping away? I don't know. But I do know this, I'm not finished yet. The house hasn't won. Not yet. The walls no longer feel like they belong to my reality. They pulse, ever so subtly, as though the house itself is alive. I live here with my other selves now, though they keep to their own dimensions. We've reached an understanding, a mutual non-interference pact. Sometimes I catch glimpses of them through windows or mirrors. Moving like shadows, their lives almost but not quite like mine. Sometimes, when the light hits just right, I can see through the solid surfaces of my house to the complex multi-dimensional structure that exists beneath. Perception. The true form of my home extends in impossible directions, each layer folding into the next like pages in a book. I no longer fear the turning doorknobs. Now, I listen to what they're trying to tell me. Story 3. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the usual comfortable silence of a home at rest, but the hollow, expectant quiet that seems to hold its breath, waiting. I should have recognized it then, the way time felt stretched and distorted in the corners of my home, but hindsight offers clarity that the present cruelly withholds. That night, surrounded by laughter and the warm glow of wine, I had no idea that reality was beginning to fracture around me. Time itself had developed a taste for moving backward. It was a Friday evening in late October when it began. I had invited 3 friends over for dinner, a simple gathering to break the monotony of my increasingly isolated existence since the separation. The meal had gone well. My cooking skills hadn't deteriorated as much as I'd feared. We sat around the dining table, glasses filled with a Cabernet I couldn't afford, but had splurged on anyway when the sound cut through our conversation like a blade. The crash was unmistakable. The distinctive crystalline shattering of glass against a hard surface. All 4 of us froze, conversation halting mid-sentence. My apartment wasn't large, and the sound had clearly come from the living room, not 10 yards from where we sat. Aaron raised an eyebrow, silently questioning if I was expecting anyone else. I wasn't. I pushed back from the table, a strange heaviness settling in my chest as I stood. My friends followed behind me as we moved cautiously toward the source of the noise. The short hallway between the dining room and living area seemed unnaturally long, the air thicker than it should have been. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the warm temperature. What we found made no sense. In the center of my living room carpet stood a wine glass, one from the set I'd been using for dinner. It stood perfectly upright on the beige carpet, completely intact. Not a crack or chip visible. A perfect pristine glass where there should have been shards. None of us spoke for several seconds. I circled the glass, cautiously examining it from all angles, no liquid inside or around it. No signs of disturbance, just a wine glass standing impossibly on soft carpet, precisely where we had all heard something shatter. Sarah was the first to speak, suggesting a neighbor might have broken something. I knew immediately she was wrong. The sound had been too close, too present. But I nodded anyway, desperate for a rational explanation. We returned to dinner, but the conversation had shifted, become stilted and artificial. The incident hung between us like an uninvited guest. Within an hour, they had all made excuses to leave. Alone in my apartment, I returned to the living room and stared at the glass, still standing where we'd found it. I reached out, half expecting my hand to pass through it like a hologram, but my fingers met solid crystal. When I picked it up, it was ice cold to the touch despite the warm room. I nearly dropped it when I saw what was underneath. A small puddle of red wine seemingly pressed upward into the bottom of the glass rather than spilled beneath it. An impossibility, a violation of physics. It was as though gravity itself had been inverted, defied. My heart raced. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate prank? No. It felt too real, too physical. That night, lying in bed, I could hear my own heartbeat, each thud painfully distinct in the quietness of my bedroom. Sleep evaded me as my mind replayed the incident. seeking explanations where none existed. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard it again, the sound of breaking glass, this time from the kitchen. I froze, paralyzed by a growing sense of dread. The noise wasn't just a sound. It was a signal. Something was unraveling, not just in my home, but in the very fabric of reality itself. I knew it in my bones. I had been warned, but I hadn't listened. I forced myself out of bed. The air in my apartment now thick with a suffocating tension. Every step I took down the hall seemed slower, more labored, as though the house itself was resisting my movement. The lights flickered above me, casting erratic shadows that seemed to stretch and shrink as if they had a life of their own. The door to the kitchen was ajar, its usual creak now completely silent, like a secret trying to keep itself hidden. When I entered, the kitchen was wrong. The countertops, pristine just hours before, were now covered with strange markings. Symbols I didn't recognize, drawn hastily in what looked like charcoal. At the center of the room was the broken glass, now shattered into a million pieces, but there was no mess. No shards scattered on the floor. No liquid pooling beneath it. Just a perfectly clean surface. As though the breakage had been a figment of my imagination. I stood there, frozen in place, as the clock on the wall seemed to tick slower, each second stretching like a blade drawn across time itself. The air had thickened, and with it, something darker. Something ancient seemed to awaken. And then, I saw it. A figure stood at the far end of the room, just at the edge of my vision. It wasn't quite human, but it was there, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me, even if I couldn't see them. I wanted to turn and flee, but my feet refused to move. I was rooted to the spot, trapped in a nightmare that wasn't a dream. The figure stepped forward, its movements jerky, unnatural. Every step it took seemed to warp the space around it, pulling the walls closer, bending the light until it fractured into strange, distorted patterns. And with every step, the temperature in the room dropped, a chill crawling beneath my skin. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure whispered, its voice a twisted version of my own. "But you're already too far gone. There's no escaping what you've awakened." The walls seemed to close in around me. The air was thick with whispers. Thousands of voices all speaking at once, each one a fragment of something bigger, something older. The shadows twisted and curled around me, dragging me into a void that seemed to stretch on forever. And then, everything went black. My body tensed, muscles coiling tight as I sat upright. Sweat had already formed on my forehead and upper lip. My breathing shallow and rapid. The darkness of my bedroom suddenly seemed malevolent, hiding things just beyond my perception. I fumbled for the lamp, nearly knocking it over before flooding the room with harsh yellow light. But even the light did nothing to chase away the feeling that something was wrong. The air had thickened, as if the shadows themselves were pressing in on me. My heart raced, my chest tightening with an instinctual fear that I could neither understand nor control. I glanced at the walls, half expecting them to shift, to fold in on themselves. Something was watching me. The journey to the kitchen was an exercise in controlled terror. Each step on the hardwood floor seemed to echo unnaturally, as if the sound were traveling backward to meet my foot rather than radiating outward. The house, once familiar, now felt alien, its every creak and groan like an ominous whisper in the dark. When I flipped on the kitchen light, I found my favorite coffee mug, the one I had accidentally knocked from the counter and shattered that morning, sitting perfectly intact beside the sink. It was impossible. The shattered pieces I had so carefully cleaned up were now nowhere to be found. I approached it slowly, my legs trembling so badly I had to steady myself against the counter. The mug was immaculate, without a single crack. More disturbing were the coffee stains around and inside it. They seemed to be moving ever so slightly, flowing upward against the ceramic rather than downward with gravity. My fingers hovered above it, drawn to the impossible anomaly. But before I could touch the handle, images flashed through my mind. A visceral memory of my own hand knocking the mug off the counter, but backward. The shards flying up from the floor and reassembling in my grasp. I recoiled, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. My pulse hammered in my ears as I backed away from the counter. This wasn't possible. None of this was possible. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest as I turned around. Almost as though it was pressing in from all sides. I could barely catch my breath as my mind raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation. But nothing made sense. How could time bend in such a way? How could objects come back to life after they'd been destroyed? My thoughts spiraled, and for the first time, I realized that I might not be in control of my own reality anymore. The following days brought escalating incidents. The bathroom mirror, which had been cracked for months after I'd slammed the cabinet door too hard, was suddenly flawless when I went to brush my teeth. As I stood before it, toothbrush frozen halfway to my mouth. I watched in horror as a spider web of cracks appeared and then disappeared in the glass, over and over like a video playing in reverse and then forward again. The reflection in the mirror remained static while the mirror itself seemed caught in a temporal loop. It was as if the mirror was trying to tell me something. My hand shook so violently I couldn't hold the toothbrush. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shock myself back to rationality. But when I looked up, the mirror showed not my face, but the bathroom from 3 months earlier. Different towels, different soap dispenser, even the paint a shade darker from before I'd redone it. For an instant, I saw movement behind me, a blur of familiar features before the mirror snapped back to normal. A glimpse of something, or someone from the past. I stumbled back from the mirror, breathing heavily, my mind spinning. The logical part of me screamed that this couldn't be happening. But the evidence was right in front of me, as real as the water still dripping from my hands. I had to escape, get out of this house. But I couldn't. The apartment had become a prison of sorts. Every room now contained fragments of the past, moments I couldn't escape from, haunting me as they replayed over and over again. By the end of the week, I had mapped out the affected areas of my apartment. The northwest corner of the living room, most of the kitchen, parts of the bathroom. These were places where time had become untethered, moving forward and backward like a tide, trapped in an endless cycle. The more I focused on them, the more they seemed to pulse, as if the house itself was breathing. I avoided these areas when possible. But my apartment wasn't large enough to stay completely clear. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Each time I drifted off, I would wake to find objects rearranged. Not by someone breaking in, but by time itself, restoring things to where they had been days or weeks or months before. I had no control over it. The apartment was rewinding, fast-forwarding, flipping through pages of its own history. And I was stuck in its pages, unable to escape. My throat was perpetually dry, my eyes burning from exhaustion. I began documenting everything, taking photos with my phone, trying to establish some objective record of what was happening. Most of the pictures came out blurred or distorted, but some captured the impossible. A broken plate reforming in midair, the pieces hovering above the floor like phantom shards. A tear in the sofa cushion sealing itself as I watched, the fabric stitching together like it had never been torn. There was no escaping it. What terrified me most were the glimpses fragmentary visions of past events that played out around the restored objects. Standing in the kitchen, I would suddenly see translucent figures moving about. Myself, friends, occasionally my ex. These apparitions never acknowledged my presence. They were recordings, echoes of time, doubling back on itself. Playing the same scenes over and over like a broken film reel. But they weren't just memories, they were becoming more vivid. More alive with each passing day. I hadn't told anyone what was happening. How could I? The words themselves seemed to disintegrate before I could form them. My friends texted, asking why I'd gone silent. But I couldn't bring myself to respond. What would I say? That time was unraveling in my apartment? That I was witnessing the past bleed into the present through broken things made whole again? How could anyone understand? They would think I had gone mad. I was trapped in a loop, a cycle of my own making, a reality that was collapsing in on itself, and I couldn't find the exit. The house, the apartment, was no longer just a space I lived in. It had become a twisted mirror, reflecting versions of myself and others, pulling me into a history that wasn't my own. Something dark was drawing closer. 10 days after the initial incident, I realized the phenomenon was accelerating. The temporal anomalies were growing more frequent, more intense, and affecting larger areas of my apartment. The visions lasted longer, showing events from further back. Worse, I began to notice a pattern. The loops were contracting, showing the same events repeatedly, but with less time between them. It was as if time was collapsing in on itself. Like a wound that refused to heal, twisting tighter with each turn. My past was folding in on itself, compressing like an accordion being squeezed by invisible hands. On the 12th day, I was in the bathroom when it happened. The most vivid episode yet. The mirror clouded over, not with steam, but with a milky opaqueness that seemed to swirl and pulse. My reflection disappeared, replaced by a clear view of the bathroom as it had been nearly a year ago. A feeling of dread washed over me. A sensation that I had stepped into a memory, but the lines between past and present were growing blurry. I could see myself standing at the sink, eyes red and swollen, a razor in hand as I contemplated shaving off the beard. I'd grown during the darkest days after the separation. But this time, unlike the previous visions, the past version of me paused. His head tilted slightly, as if listening. The sensation of being watched was suffocating. He wasn't just a memory, he was aware of me. Then slowly, deliberately, he turned toward me, toward the present. His eyes focusing on the exact spot where I stood watching. A jolt of pure terror surged through me. My heart slammed against my ribs as if trying to escape my chest. Past me opened his mouth to speak. And though no sound came through, I could read the words on his lips. "It's contracting." I fled the bathroom. A scream lodged in my throat. But no sound came. My entire body shook, cold sweat plastering my shirt to my back. The implication was clear and horrifying. Whatever was happening wasn't just affecting objects. It was affecting me. The loop was becoming aware of itself. Past and present were beginning to communicate. And they were no longer separate. That night, I packed a bag. I needed to get out to see if the phenomenon was tied to the apartment or to me. As I threw clothes haphazardly into a duffel, my hands trembling so badly I could barely zip it closed. The lights flickered. Not the usual electrical stutter, but a rhythmic pulsing that seemed synchronized with my heartbeat. The air grew thick, resistant, like moving through water. Every movement felt labored, as if the apartment itself was fighting against me, trying to hold me in place. I made it as far as the front door before it happened. The biggest reversion yet. The entire apartment shifted around me. Furniture rearranged itself. Paint changed color. Objects appeared and disappeared, as if the apartment was rewriting itself. I stood frozen, watching months of time roll backward in seconds. As if reality was trying to scrub itself clean. But this wasn't just some random shift. The house was reflecting the battle between past and present. 41:57, when it stopped, the apartment looked exactly as it had the day I moved in after the separation. Empty except for the few boxes I brought with me. But I wasn't alone. There, in the center of the living room, stood another version of myself. Not a vision or apparition this time, but solid, real. He stood in front of me, just as terrified as I was. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken, as though he had been living through the same torment I was, just a few steps behind me. He wore the same clothes I had on, held the same duffel bag in his right hand. When our eyes met, I saw my own terror reflected back at me. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. I understood with sudden crystalline clarity what was happening. Time wasn't just moving backward in isolated pockets. It was folding, collapsing. The loop I had feared wasn't a cycle, but a spiral. Tightening with each iteration, bringing temporal versions of myself closer together with each contraction. The gap between past, present, and future was narrowing. The other me raised his hand slowly, reaching out. I mirrored the gesture, driven by some instinct beyond conscious thought. We both knew it was inevitable. As our fingers neared each other, the air between us seemed to vibrate, rippling like the surface of disturbed water. A high-pitched whine filled my ears, growing louder as our hands drew closer. I could feel it, the tension, the sheer force of time itself unraveling. The moment our fingers touched, everything stopped. The sound cut off abruptly. The apartment froze in mid-transition between past and present. Even the dust motes hanging in the air remained suspended, motionless. Then, like a tape being rewound at high speed, I experienced everything again. Every moment since that dinner party. But backward. The terror, the discoveries, the isolation. I felt myself being pulled through my own timeline. Experiencing my memories in reverse. But not just my memories, his as well. I saw cycles I hadn't lived yet, iterations of the loop where I had made different choices, spoken to different people about what was happening. Even tried to document it scientifically. But no matter what choices I made, no matter how hard I tried to change the outcome, I always ended up here. Caught in the spiral. The world around me began to fracture. Pieces of it pulling away from the whole, crumbling like a mosaic falling apart. Time wasn't just a thing that passed, it was a force, alive and hunting me. The spiral was not just collapsing reality, it was pulling me into its very core, a place where past, present, and future became a blur of shifting possibilities, none of them ever truly set. And I was its prisoner. When the backward rush finally stopped, I found myself seated at my dining room table, surrounded by my 3 friends. The conversation flowed around me. Ordinary and mundane. Sarah was in mid-sentence describing a work conflict I already heard about. Aaron was refilling his wine glass. Everything was exactly as it had been that first night. A cold certainty settled in my stomach. I knew what would happen next. The crash from the living room, the intact wine glass. The beginning of the loop. But knowledge creates possibility. As my friends continued talking, unaware of what was about to occur, I made a decision. When the sound came, and it would come, I was certain. I wouldn't investigate. I would break the pattern. The minutes stretched. Painfully as I waited, my nerves stretched to breaking point. My hands gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white with tension. My friends noticed my distraction, exchanging concerned glances, but continued their conversation. Then it happened. The distinct sound of glass shattering in the living room. Everyone froze, looking toward the hallway, then back at me. Aaron raised his eyebrow in that familiar questioning look. They expected me to lead them to investigate. Instead, I forced a smile. My facial muscles stiff with fear. "It's nothing," I said, the words tasting foreign on my tongue. "Just the neighbors." "Let's continue." Confusion flickered across their faces, but after a moment of uncertainty, the conversation resumed. I participated mechanically. My attention divided between the present moment and the hallway leading to the living room. Part of me expected reality to fracture, to force me into the predetermined path. But nothing happened. Hours later, after my friends had gone, I stood at the entrance to the living room, heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't turned on the light, hadn't looked to see if the glass was there. Now the moment of truth had arrived. I flicked on the light switch, flooding the room with harsh brightness. The carpet was empty. No wine glass stood impossibly upright on its surface. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave. I had broken the loop, changed the pattern, escaped. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A small, dark stain on the beige carpet where the glass should have been. I knelt down, examining it closely. A perfect circle of red wine already drying at the edges. As I touched the stain with my fingertip, I felt it cold, almost vibrating with potential energy. And in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty the loop hadn't been broken. It had merely been reset. Time would try again and again until it got what it wanted. I'm still waiting to find out what that is. I still remember the exact moment I first sensed that something was off. The fluorescent light in my bathroom flickered, casting the space in a pale, sickly glow that made my skin crawl. It was late, and the kind of heaviness that settles over a silent house pressed in around me. But there was something else in that air, an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite name. My eyes locked on a single black tile nestled among the glossy white ones on my newly renovated bathroom wall. It seemed to pulse under the light as if it were trying to draw my attention. In that initial moment, I felt a surge of apprehension so strong that I almost turned around and fled. But I didn't. I took one step closer, my heart pounding in my ears, and that was the beginning of everything that followed. I had spent weeks supervising the renovation of my bathroom. I wanted a space that felt modern and sleek with a touch of boldness. The contractor had shown me an array of standard white tiles, then suggested a contrasting black tile set randomly for a contemporary aesthetic. It seemed like a nice idea, visually striking, nothing more. But from the day the renovations ended, the entire bathroom felt wrong. At first, it was subtle. The lighting seemed too dim no matter how bright the bulbs were, and the air felt stale, as if it had been trapped there for decades. Sometimes the smell of wet concrete mingled strangely with a faint metallic tang that no amount of air freshener could eliminate. And always there was that single black tile perpetually drawing my attention, whether I wanted it or not. I started feeling compelled to look at it more closely each time I passed by the bathroom door. I'd peek in just to see it, glinting dully in the gloom, its presence magnetic. It seemed to absorb the light around it, creating a small distorted reflection of the bathroom and of me. Each day, I found myself spending an extra second, then an extra minute, standing in front of it, mesmerized, unable to tear myself away. It wasn't just the tile anymore, it was a portal, drawing me in with an unsettling allure. The reflection in the tile never quite matched the rest of the room. The angles felt subtly skewed, like a fisheye lens capturing the shapes. My own face looked slightly stretched. Eyes wide, features too elongated. It was disturbing, but also impossible to ignore. I remember leaning closer one afternoon, pressing my cheek near the chill porcelain of the neighboring white tiles, and letting my gaze fill with that single black square. In those seconds, I swear I saw a flicker of something else somewhere else. It was almost like there was a horizon in that reflective surface. A shimmering line of light bending and twisting. My breath caught in my throat, and I jerked back, stumbling against the sink. A wave of intense discomfort washed over me, sending goosebumps along my arms and making my scalp tingle. It felt like I had glimpsed something not meant to be seen. An impossible world behind the glass. The rational part of my mind insisted it was just a trick of the eye. But no matter how hard I tried to reassure myself, I couldn't forget the unsettling sense that I had glimpsed another landscape. Through that tile, a place not of this world. Over the following days, my obsession deepened. My nights became restless, filled with half-remembered dreams where I wandered across alien deserts under two suns. The sky tinged a dark, bruised purple. I found myself sweating through mine sheets, my heart racing as I jolted awake, convinced that I was hearing whispers from the bathroom. The dreams were vivid, packed with unsettling geometry, sharp angles that twisted upon themselves, rock formations that breathed in unison, and swirling lights overhead that seemed to pulse in time with my own hammering pulse. I could feel the strange rhythms of that distant world in my very chest. Each dream left me more exhausted than the last, as though my body had traveled somewhere else while I slept. When morning came, I dragged myself into the bathroom, hands trembling, and see that black tile shining in the artificial light, as if inviting me to stare deeper. Eventually, I couldn't resist the pull. I would stand there, practically nose to the glossy surface, trying to discern shapes beyond my reflection. It was as if the tile had become a living thing, its surface subtly shifting under my gaze. The more I looked, the more convinced I became that there was indeed some foreign realm hidden behind the tile's mirror-like sheen. On one particularly tense evening, I turned off the overhead light, letting only the soft glow from the hallway filter in. The black tile seemed to glow faintly from within, its surface alive with an energy I couldn't understand. As my eyes adjusted, the room around me felt less familiar. The corners seemed to stretch unnaturally, and a low hum reverberated through the silence. A sudden wave of vertigo nearly knocked me off my feet. It felt as if the tile was opening, encouraging me to fall inside. In that moment, my breath was ragged. My heart thudded so violently in my chest that I could feel it in my throat, and a bead of sweat trickled down my temple. I knew I was on the edge of something profound and terrifying, something that would forever alter the way I saw the world. I became certain the tile was a gateway. The knowledge filled me with equal parts dread and a twisted sort of curiosity. The realization washed over me like a cold wave. Whatever lay beyond that surface was not of this world. I had crossed a line, and there would be no returning to the safety of ignorance. I began to notice changes in the rest of the bathroom. The white walls weren't exactly white anymore. There was a faint grayish tint that seemed to creep across them like mold, though no actual mold was present. The corners where the tiles met lost their neat alignment. They were subtly skewed, tilting at angles that made my eyes ache when I stared too long. The single window on the bathroom wall seemed smaller, its frame slightly warped. Each time I entered, I had the feeling that the space was no longer obeying the normal laws of geometry or physics. The walls were closing in, warping around me as if the bathroom itself was a living organism, shifting to accommodate some unspeakable force. I stopped inviting people over to my home. I found excuses to avoid letting anyone near the bathroom, afraid they might sense something or ask about them. Bizarre changes. My anxiety flared whenever I passed that door. An almost tangible fear that something might be waiting on the other side. And yet, I felt compelled to keep checking it, compelled to look into that tile. Again, knowing that with every look, I was getting closer to something I couldn't control. The house, the bathroom, the tile, it was all shifting. Folding, spiraling inward. I knew that soon, it would swallow me whole. Several times I woke in the middle of the night covered in cold sweat. Convinced I'd heard a soft chanting. My mind told me I must be hallucinating from stress, but the chills rippling through my body didn't care about rational explanations. Late one night, I stood in the bathroom doorway. The hall lighted my back, and observed the steady transformation. The mirror above the sink reflected an unfamiliar room instead of the usual neat arrangement of toothbrush and hand soap. The reflection hinted at shapes that writhed and pulsated. The air smelled of ozone and something damp, reminiscent of a cave. Even the ceiling looked slightly bowed, as though it was breathing in tandem with the walls. The bathroom had become something else, a dark reflection of a place that was never meant to exist. I felt my stomach flip, and a rising panic threatened to consume me. My skin was clammy, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to look away. In the reflection, the black tile had doubled in size. Confusion overtook me. I was certain only one tile had been black. But within the mirror, I saw two black squares side by side, each emanating that same unsettling shimmer. When I turned to look at the actual tiles, though, I still saw just one. Was the reflection lying, or was it showing me an inevitable future, a preview of what was creeping into our reality? The possibility that my mind was fracturing under stress haunted me. My heart hammered and I ran a hand through my sweat-damp hair, telling myself I must be exhausted, that I needed rest. But I knew in my core that no amount of rest would dispel the creeping sense of dread. I began to hear a faint voice or multiple voices whenever I lingered in the bathroom. They didn't speak in a language I could decipher. The intonations rose and fell like a sinister melody, reminding me of murmured chanting heard through a thick wall. The sound seeped into my consciousness, prodding my paranoia. My hands would shake whenever I turned the doorknob, and my legs felt like lead as I stepped over the threshold. At times, I caught myself murmuring words in an unfamiliar language under my breath, only to jolt in horror at the realization of what I was doing. It was as if the portal, or whatever it was, had started to take root in my mind. The transformation of the bathroom accelerated. Small cracks appeared in the white tiles, but instead of normal fractures, they formed swirling patterns that glowed faintly. On some days, I'd see them crawl across the surface in real time, as though living vines were under the ceramic, spreading their roots. The bathroom had become alive. The standard bathroom fixtures began to look warped. The sink's basin was no longer a neat oval, but an elongated shape with edges that seemed to ripple under the light. Even my reflection became alien. My eyes looked sunken. The skin around them stretched taut, and the darkness beneath them seemed to deepen daily. I was losing myself to this other dimension slowly but surely. My nights were hellish. I often dreamed of stepping into the bathroom and finding it transformed into a vast corridor of black tiles that led onward infinitely. In these dreams, the walls pulsed like organic tissue, and overhead, lights flickered in and out of existence. The floor beneath my feet felt spongy, as though I was treading on a giant creature's back. Always, the same indescribable voices echoed around me, urging me forward. There was no sense of safety, only the overwhelming certainty that something waited at the end of that corridor. something enormous and ancient that had taken notice of me. It was watching, waiting, drawing closer. One evening, I caught sight of my own reflection in the black tile. But it wasn't exactly me. The figure's features were distorted, cheeks sunken, eyes much larger and darker than my own. Its lips moved, forming words I couldn't make out. I felt my chest tighten and a lump formed in my throat. Despite my terror, I leaned closer, ignoring the tears burning the corners of my eyes, ignoring the sweat dripping down my face. I had to see more. My reflection appeared to beckon me, arms outstretched. A silent invitation to come through to wherever it was. My breath came in ragged gasps as I looked around, realizing that I had no idea. At some point, my desperation drove me to attempt to rip out the tile altogether. I grabbed a hammer and chisel, marched into the bathroom, and aimed the chisel's point at that obsidian square. But as soon as I touched the chisel to the tile, I was seized by a violent wave of vertigo. The walls seemed to lurch inward, the tiles rippling like water. My vision blurred, and I heard those voices pitch into a discordant roar. The chisel fell from my trembling grip as I collapsed against the bathtub, panting and shaking. My entire body was electrified with terror. A sensation like being caught in the grip of some unseen force pulling me under. When the dizziness subsided, I found a small hairline crack where the chisel had struck, but the tile itself seemed intact. It felt almost alive, guarding itself against my intrusion. Realizing brute force was useless, I toyed with the idea of abandoning my apartment altogether. But a grim curiosity kept me tethered. There was something about the tile that wouldn't let me go, like a whisper echoing in the back of my mind. Part of me needed to know what was on the other side of that tile. Whether it was an actual gateway or just a manifestation of my deteriorating mind. I resolved to face it. My body trembled with fear each time I stepped inside the bathroom. Yet, I returned again and again, drawn like a moth to the flame, each visit pushing me closer to the edge. The changes continued. Corners twisted further. The tile cracks glowed brighter. And the fixture's surfaces pulsed like living tissue. The chanting voices became louder. No longer muffled, but echoing as though just behind a thin veil. I started to notice my own heartbeat syncing with that rhythmic chant, a throbbing tempo that resonated in my bones. It was as though the sound had taken root inside me, synchronizing with my pulse, pulling me deeper into the unknown. On the final night of my ordeal, I found the bathroom fully transformed. The walls were a patchwork of shifting geometry, each tile appearing to breathe in slow, deliberate patterns. The air was thick and humid, carrying a strange metallic taste that made me gag. I could see faint lights flickering inside the black tile, like distant stars in a violet sky. My heart thundered in my chest, and my breathing came in sharp, shallow gasps. My body tingled with an unsettling combination of fear and fascination. As I stepped forward, the tile's reflection in the mirror no longer hid the truth. There were now 3 black tiles aligned like a doorframe. In the dim overhead light, they glistened with an otherworldly sheen, inviting me to step closer, to cross over. A sudden pressure wave coursed through the room, and the walls pulsed in unison as if they were exhaling. The voices swelled in volume, swirling around me from every direction. Then, almost like a gentle breeze, I felt something tug at my consciousness. A seductive call to enter. My entire body shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I was frozen, caught between terror and an unshakable compulsion to step forward, to let whatever it was consume me. It was then I realized that I stood on the threshold of an irrevocable decision. I could flee, never to return, or I could heed that haunting call and step through. My muscles tensed, resisting every urge to be drawn further. But part of me was desperate to look straight into that alien sky I glimpsed so many times in my fevered dreams, to understand what lay beyond the veil. I lowered myself onto trembling knees, brought my face inches from the black tile, and whispered in a voice I barely recognized as my own. There was no direct reply, but I felt the intensifying hum behind the tile. A rising vibration that rattled my teeth. My reflection in the tile stared back, twisted by the swirling energies on the other side, beckoning me onward, promising something I couldn't understand yet couldn't resist. Just as I thought I might give in, I remembered how it felt when I nearly destroyed the tile. The wave of vertigo, the raw panic. The sense that the portal itself was fighting back. It confirmed that whatever lay beyond wanted me, and not for any benevolent purpose. Summoning every ounce of resolve, I forced myself to stand. My knees almost gave out, but I managed to reel back step by step away from them. Tile's mesmerizing glow. I felt the air grow heavy with disappointment, as though the presence lurking just beyond the portal recognized my refusal. I staggered out of the bathroom, slammed the door, and fled my apartment that very night. I found refuge in a small motel a few miles away. Heart still hammering, nerves frayed. In the silent darkness of that cramped room, every part of me quaked with lingering terror. I felt violated, as if something had wormed its way inside my mind. The hours stretched on, but I knew I couldn't return to that place if I wanted to remain sane. Yet the need for closure gnawed at me. In the morning, when the first rays of sunlight broke through the cheap blinds, I came to a bitter realization. The portal might remain, lingering in that lonely bathroom, growing stronger. Or maybe it would wait for me, or another unfortunate soul, to come across it. But I couldn't destroy myself trying to stop it. Not when it seemed to possess its own horrifying will. I left the apartment soon after, cutting my losses. I'd like to claim I found peace, that my nightmares ended. But every time I close my eyes, I still see that stretch of alien horizon shimmering in my mind, feel that unnerving call vibrating in my bones. At times, my chest tightens for no discernible reason, and I recall the suffocating atmosphere of that bathroom. The walls that felt alive, the voices that never stopped whispering. My thirst for answers still nags at me, but I refuse to sacrifice the last shards of my sanity. Even now, I can't be sure if the portal truly bridged two realities or if I stumbled across something far more insidious. Sometimes, I'm convinced I only escaped physically. That part of me remains in that other dimension. A part of me is still there, lingering in the place where time doesn't flow, where the very fabric of reality bends and shatters. The memory weighs on me like a sickness, leaving me haunted by the knowledge that no door truly stays shut once it's been opened. And I pray in the silent spaces of my restless mind that the nightmares remain just that, and not a prelude to something worse, lurking on the other side of the mirror, waiting to break through. Story 5. The first time I noticed the shifting shadow, I was standing by my living room window, gazing out at the neon-lit skyline of the city. A foul electric hum seemed to buzz in my ears, though I couldn't pinpoint its source. My skin crawled as if my nerves had been charged by a sudden jolt of static. Then I saw it lingering in the far corner of the ceiling, like a smudge of soot that kept expanding, devouring the pale light of the overhead lamp. Instantly, an uneasy knot formed in my stomach, and my lungs constricted in a shallow breath. It was as though my body sensed something dangerous long before my mind could register the threat. My pulse quickened, the shadow feeling like a presence watching, waiting. I tried to brush off the experience as a trick of the eyes or an unusual play of shadow. But later that night, as I was brushing my teeth, I glimpsed that same dark stain huddled behind the shower curtain. My heart pounded loud enough to reverberate in my ears. and cold sweat trickled down my back. The humming in the air became a roar, convinced I would catch some intruder. Yet there was nothing. Only the ordinary pastel tiles and a quietness so heavy it seemed to press down on me. My rational mind insisted it was just paranoia. But the goosebumps on my arms refused to settle. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the bathroom itself were holding its breath. Over the following days, small details in my apartment began to unnerve me. The lights flickered randomly, even though I replaced the bulbs. The corners of my rooms felt darker and more oppressive at night, as if the shadows themselves were thickening. I heard a dull scraping sound, coming from the walls, like nails dragging along concrete. The sounds were subtle but constant, like something lurking just beneath the surface. On 2 separate occasions, I'd wake in the early hours of the morning, with a sense that someone had been standing at the foot of my bed. Each time, I bolted upright, heart thundering, only to find emptiness and the echo of my own startled breathing. But I could feel them. The presence of someone, something, in the room with me. A neighbor mentioned in passing that people around the building had been feeling somewhat drained lately, complaining of fatigue and weird dreams. He sounded hesitant, as if he didn't want to admit it outright. But he alluded to the notion that something might be off in our old complex. I remember noticing how his eyes appeared dull, as if the light behind them had dimmed. The darkness in his gaze mirrored my own growing unease. The next day, I ran into another resident who spoke about hearing voices in the stairwell at odd hours. Her story came to me in fragments of anxious rumor. She claimed that at night the hallways felt narrower and the walls seemed to vibrate with an unsettling frequency. These whispered stories amplified my own sense of foreboding. My gut churned whenever I returned home after dusk. I often found myself lingering in my car or in the lobby, forcing myself to push forward only when I had no other choice. Each time I inserted my key into the lock, I swore I felt a slight suction from the other side, like the apartment itself was inhaling. My palms would sweat, and my heart rate would spike for no apparent reason. Sometimes, in the silence of the living room, I sensed a presence behind me. An odd displacement of air, a faint whisper of movement. But whenever I turned, there was nothing but a flicker in my peripheral vision. Eventually, that murky blot in the corners began to coalesce into a vaguely humanoid shape. At first, it was just an outline, glimmering with dark tendrils, flickering in and out of sight like some half-real phantom. My breath would catch whenever I realized it was there, perched along the ceiling or crouched in a shadowy part of the room. I tried to deny its existence, telling myself it was my imagination. But the more I ignored it, the more tangible it became. Bit by bit, it grew limbs. Several elongated arms and legs that appeared too long for any natural creature. The moment I recognized the formation of those limbs, my blood went ice cold, and an involuntary shudder ran through me. As if my body wanted to shut down rather than confront this impossible thing. I felt my strength waning at around the same time. Waking up in the morning became excruciatingly difficult. Each day I dragged myself out of bed feeling as though I hadn't slept for months. My eyes stung, my limbs felt heavy, and my thoughts were sluggish. It was more than just exhaustion. There was a numbness beneath my skin. I caught myself forgetting simple things, like whether I had locked the door or taken out the trash. Sometimes I'd stand in the middle of a room with no recollection of what I had been about to do. It was as though chunks of my memory had been snatched away by an invisible hand. That's when I started suspecting that the shadow creature was feeding on me somehow, draining my energy, my memories, or perhaps my very sense of self. My reasoning sounded absurd even to me, but I couldn't ignore the pattern. Every time I sensed that black figure looming around, I'd feel an immediate wave of dizziness followed by an almost electric weakness coursing through my body. My tongue would go dry. My muscles would tense up, and the hair on the back of my neck would stand erect as though it were siphoning my vitality. And after each encounter, I felt a little less like myself, desperate for answers. I began talking with other tenants more frequently. I rarely quoted their words directly, preferring the vague retellings of their experiences, partly because I didn't want to sound like I was accusing them of anything, and partly because it felt safer to keep these dark rumors indirect. Some hinted they had glimpsed a hazy silhouette crawling along their walls. Others admitted feeling as though something watched them from the ventilation system. One person described a bizarre moment when the walls in his hallway seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in subtle pulses. He confided that he'd been plagued by spells of forgetfulness, too, along with bouts of inexplicable anxiety. Through these scattered confessions, I pieced together a disturbing theory. Whatever this entity was, it existed in the spaces we rarely notice, the gaps between our apartments, the neglected corners behind walls, the crawl spaces above the ceiling. It was like a parasite weaving itself throughout the building, nibbling away at each resident's energy and sense of reality. And alarmingly, I started noticing that some neighbors no longer looked or behaved like their usual selves. They wore the same faces and had the same voices. Yet, there was an eerie vacancy in their expressions. Their movements were a fraction slower, almost mechanical, as if they were incomplete imitations of human beings. One evening, I was returning home and passed by the man from 2 doors down. He was standing in the corridor, body stiff as a mannequin, staring at a wall. His eyes seemed lost, his mouth slightly ajar. I called his name, but he didn't even flinch. Minutes later, he turned around slowly and offered a polite greeting, though his voice was flat. My heart pounded as I recognized something fundamentally wrong in his gaze. I quickly muttered a response and hurried into my apartment, chest constricting. The whole episode left me drenched in cold sweat. Something had changed, something had shifted. And the building was no longer just a home, it had become a place where things were no longer what they seemed. The walls were breathing. The shadows were growing teeth, and the tenants, well, they were something else. That same night, the black cloud in my living room grew larger. It unfurled itself until it stood about 8 feet tall. Its multiple arms angled in unnatural curves. A shapeless head, darker than a starless sky, seemed to tilt and track my every movement. My legs trembled so violently I could barely remain upright. A ringing sensation drilled into my ears, and I felt short of breath, as if the air had turned poisonous. Every instinct within me screamed to run, but my body refused to move. I was trapped in its presence, unable to escape the suffocating terror it exuded. In that moment, my fear erupted into something almost violent. My fight or flight response flared, and I tensed like a cornered animal, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. It didn't attack me physically. Instead, it leaned toward me in a slow, fluid motion, its limbs contorting with an elegance that was both mesmerizing and horrifying. I felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over my body, and my vision blurred. The presence was draining me, piece by piece. I struggled to remain conscious, clenching my teeth so hard my jaw ached. The next thing I remember, I was sprawled on my living room floor, gasping for air, unsure how much time had passed. My limbs tingled as though thousands of pins and needles jabbed at my flesh. The days that followed were a haze. Every memory felt like it was slipping through my fingers, like sand in an open palm. My short-term memory was riddled with holes. I would find half-eaten meals left on the kitchen counter and discover that I Had missed phone calls from coworkers without recalling hearing the phone ring. At one point, I tried recounting my experiences to a friend on the phone. But my words seemed to vanish mid-sentence. I could feel the presence of that thing looming in the periphery of my consciousness, stretching its tendrils deeper into my life. It wasn't just in my apartment anymore, it was in my mind. I sought refuge in the basement parking lot, hoping that being away from the apartment walls might offer me some respite. But even there, the overhead lights flickered incessantly, and I heard muffled scraping sounds echo through the cement pillars. Fear twisted my stomach, and my breathing became ragged. It felt like the entire building was steeped in this malignant force, suffocating everyone inside, as though we were all being drawn into a singular, consuming darkness. I tried knocking on the door of another neighbor's apartment, intending to share my suspicions. But when he opened the door, his pupils were so dilated that his eyes looked nearly black. He asked if I was feeling well, his voice disturbingly calm, and suggested that I should stay in my own unit until I felt more like myself. That was the moment I realized I might be the only one left who hadn't been fully consumed or replaced. I retreated to my apartment, slammed the door behind me, and pressed my forehead against it, heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. My thoughts raced, and every nerve in my body screamed for me to run, to flee the building entirely. But something told me if I left, I might never be free of it. It had my scent, my essence. It was connected to everyone here, using them as conduits to track me and feed on me no matter where I went. Night fell, and the storm outside battered my windows with relentless wind and rain. The lights in my apartment flickered until they finally died, plunging the rooms into murky darkness. The only illumination came from intermittent flashes of lightning, which revealed quick snapshots of that towering mass in the corner. Each flash etched the creature's elongated limbs and featureless head into my vision. My skin prickled with dread, and I felt a rolling wave of nausea. My breath came in short, shuddering gulps. I could feel my heart hammering against my rib cage as though it wanted to burst free. Then I heard a soft scraping on the inside of my walls. It sounded like long fingers slowly being dragged across the plaster, searching for a way in. Panic seized my body, and I staggered backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. My chest felt tight, and my vision swam with dizzying spots of black. It was in that moment, crouched in the darkness, that I realized I had to confront this entity. Running was impossible. Reasoning with it was absurd. But if I stood there passively, it would complete whatever twisted transformation it had planned, robbing me of my memories and ultimately replacing me with some unfeeling copy. I had no choice but to face it. To face the terror, to face the monster that had already claimed so much of my life. I pulled open the door to the hallway, certain I would find the same pitch black gloom. But to my surprise, the quarter lights were still on, casting a sickly yellowish hue over the walls. The patterns in the carpet seemed alive, swirling with each of my steps. I heard a faint buzzing like fluorescent bulbs on their last legs, but louder and more menacing. It felt as though the building itself was breathing, alive, its pulse syncing with my own. As I moved, my knees wobbled and my teeth chattered. The atmosphere felt thick, claustrophobic, as though the building itself were breathing down my neck. I marched toward the stairwell, but every landing and every corner felt tighter than before. The air clogged with an invisible heaviness. My own pulse roared in my ears, drowning out everything else as I struggled to push forward. Eventually, I reached the top floor, a place I'd never explored. The door was ajar, and from the darkness beyond, I sensed the presence of that shape. Bigger now, spreading itself across the walls. I forced my trembling legs forward, ignoring the sweat that slicked my palms and dampened my shirt. A single overhead lamp blinked, revealing glimpses of black tendrils woven through the ceiling like grotesque roots. In those flickering moments, I saw them. People from the building, standing motionless. They appeared half-transparent, each face frozen in a mask of numb acceptance, as if their minds had been hijacked. I recognized a few neighbors. Their bodies flickered in and out of solidity, like ghosts tethered to the entity's influence. Their eyes glowed faintly, a sign that this thing had merged with them. I felt a surging terror, my breath coming in ragged gasps that stabbed at my lungs. At the center of the room, the black cloud formed its main body. It stood tall, arms stretched wide, limbs branching out like a hideous tree. In an erratic flash of light, I saw that it was studded with faces. Faces of the tenants who had been consumed, each one an imprint smoldering in the darkness. Every face was locked in an expression of silent horror. My insides twisted in revulsion, and my vision blurred momentarily. I stood there, fists clenched at my sides, unsure if I could do anything at all. Yet, I felt an urgent impulse to resist. I remembered the fragments of my memory that it had taken, the hours and days that vanished, and the sense of self it was devouring, summoning all my will. I glared at the entity. My chest burned with fear and anger, and I could feel my own heartbeat pounding so fiercely I thought I might collapse. A sudden thunderclap resonated through the building, shaking the walls. For a second, the light surged back to full brightness. That flicker of energy seemed to startle the creature, and I saw it recoil, limbs spasming in confusion, sensing a tiny window of opportunity. I rushed for the stairs. The entity's arms flailed and the watchers in the corner moved in unison, their heads snapping to face me. My breathing turned frantic, each exhale searing my throat. But somehow, I tore past them, nearly stumbling over my own feet. My heart slammed into my ribcage so hard I could feel it pulsating in my neck. I fled down the stairwell, certain that darkness and those impossibly long arms were mere steps behind me. My muscles felt like they were on fire, and the building's walls seemed to ripple with each footfall. Reaching my floor, I refused to stop at my apartment. Instead, I sprinted straight to the lobby. The old security desk was abandoned. The night guard's radio left spitting static into the musty air. I forced the glass doors open and burst out into the rain-soaked street. The sudden chill of the night struck me like a slap, and my lungs greedily drank in the cold air. Despite the suffocating sense of being watched, I didn't look back until I was halfway down the block. In the faint glow of a distant street lamp, I saw the faint silhouette in one of the top floor windows. It seemed to press against the glass, limbs contorting, as if longing to break free into the world beyond. The building itself glowed with a sickly pallor, and though I shuddered under the wet onslaught of rain, I felt a small triumph in my core. I had escaped for now. Yet, even as I backed away, I couldn't ignore the persistent tug on my consciousness. Part of me sensed that the thing would never truly release me. It had fed on my essence, stolen fragments of my memory, and bound me to its grotesque hive. My heart hammered in grim acknowledgement that no matter how far I ran, it could still reach out from that labyrinth of walls and vacant apartments. That realization lingers with me. It's not the escape that haunts me, it's the certainty that it's always watching, always waiting for the next time I slip, just enough for it to grab hold once more. Sometimes on dark nights, I wake to a shapeless presence in my peripheral vision. My heart stutters, and I feel a damp chill spreading over my skin. More than once, I've glanced at my reflection in a mirror and seen a faint shadow flicker behind me, too quick to identify. My breath catches in my throat, and a cold sweat slicks my palms. I don't know if it's truly there or if my trauma has stained my perception. Either way, the knowledge eats away at me. It's out there, pulsing in the interstices of that building, feeding on unsuspecting tenants, replacing them with versions under its control. I remain vigilant, though I can't be entirely sure of what is real and what is a phantom conjured by fear. Every so often, I recall the sensation of those elongated limbs brushing against my mind, siphoning my vitality. I feel my pulse race, my breath growing shallow, as if a piece of me still belongs to it, trapped in that hollow space between walls. I suspect that escape is a fragile illusion. The real horror is understanding that once it touches you, it never quite lets you go. The building stands unchanged and silent to any passerby. But inside its walls, that festering presence sees, waiting for the next faint spark of life to claim as its own. And for those of us who have seen it, that awareness is a forever burden. An unending question of whether we're truly free or if we've already been replaced by hollow reflections of ourselves. Darkness enveloped my office at the university the night I truly understood that silence can be a living thing. My usually placid workspace with its rows of academic journals, dim lamp, and solitary window overlooking the courtyard suddenly felt charged with static. The dust motes swirling in the faint light seemed to cling to the air, hanging ominously as though they bore witness to something unseen. I felt a hollow thump in my chest, my pulse accelerating with no rational explanation. That was the precise moment I realized my sanctuary was no longer just mine. My name is Thomas Lambert. I teach comparative literature at a small, prestigious institution known for its Gothic architecture and labyrinthine hallways. Each polished corridor has a personality. Some feel solemn, others mysteriously inviting, but my office always felt neutral, almost comforting. The stack of papers needing grading was always present, a testimony to my routine. Professors typically find peace in there. Clutter and organized chaos that only we understand. Yet 1 week ago, I began noticing a subtle shift. The energy in the room was different, as if someone had rearranged the furniture in the dark without moving a single piece. At first, I brushed off the unsettling impression. I told myself I was simply tired, that my imagination was running wild after too many consecutive late nights. But I knew deep down something else was going on. Late one evening, I was gathering research notes on symbolic representations in ancient texts. My office door creaked with every breath of wind in the hallway. I remember feeling an unexplainable sense of being watched. My body responded before my mind could rationalize the feeling. My shoulders tensed, sweat forming along my hairline. I paused in the middle of scribbling a note, listening. The overhead fluorescent light hummed dully, flickering every now and then. Then a sharp clatter broke the quiet. I jerked upright, heart hammering so violently it felt like it was trying to escape my rib cage. Across the room on my old wooden bookshelf, one of my ceramic bookends was lying on the floor, spinning slowly as though it had been propelled by force. I stared at it for what felt like minutes, unable to tear my eyes away. The shelf itself looked untouched. The books were neatly in place, arranged according to my personal system. After the shock subsided enough for me to move, I lifted the ceramic piece. My fingertips trembled, and I swallowed hard in an attempt to steady my breathing. The quiet that followed felt even thicker, as though the room itself had become a prison. I placed it back on the shelf, convinced it had simply toppled off on its own. Yet, the force with which it had fallen suggested something else entirely. It hadn't slipped. It had flown. The following night was worse. I was hunched over my desk, scanning an old manuscript when a dull scraping noise startled me. It originated from behind me near the row of decorative statuettes I'd collected over the years. Replicas of mythological figures, each holding a distinct significance in my comparative literature classes. One by one, I heard them tip over. My heart pounded with such intensity that I felt dizzy. Trying not to let panic swallow me, I turned slowly, fully expecting to see all of them on their sides. To my terror, they weren't just toppled. They were levitating, quivering in midair, as if suspended by invisible strings. For a moment, my vision blurred from the raw adrenaline surging through me. Sweat trickled down my temples, my breath ragged, my lips dry and parted in disbelief. Then, as if an unseen hand had lost interest, the statuettes plummeted onto my desk and rolled across it, eventually settling in a pattern that seemed too orderly to be random. The near silence afterward was deafening. My heart thrashed like an animal trapped in a cage, and I found myself wishing for a rational explanation. A gust of wind, a misperceived reflection, anything that would ground me in the reality I once knew. I spent the rest of that night trying to rationalize. Perhaps it was stress-induced hallucinations, I told myself. Perhaps I dozed off without realizing, but the sweat on my shirt, the tension in my muscles, the trembling in my hands, these were real physical symptoms. I tried to recall anything I'd consumed, any medication or unusual substance that might induce these visions. Nothing came to mind. As the late hours stretched into early morning, I found myself walking the hallways, flinching at my own distorted reflection in the tinted windows. The next day, while I was away delivering a lecture, I left my office locked. To quell my growing paranoia, I decided to mention my unsettling experiences to a colleague in a vague, roundabout way. I found him in the break room. I implied that unusual things had occurred in my office, objects moving, unnerving sounds. He suggested I might be overworked. He told me that sleep deprivation can cause vivid illusions. I nodded, opting not to reveal the more bizarre details. Even in that moment, my heart thumped uncomfortably in my chest, as though warning me not to share too much. He patted me on the shoulder and said something encouraging, but I barely registered his words. My mind was anchored to the memory of those statuettes hanging in midair. In the evening, I mustered enough courage to return. Pushing open the office door felt like stepping onto the stage of an abandoned theater. My skin prickled with unease, as though 1,000 tiny needles were pressing against me. Flicking on the light, I surveyed the room with care. The statuettes seemed to be back in their rightful places, the shelves orderly. Perhaps the day's normalcy had reset the strangeness. With shaky relief, I began my nightly routine of grading and research. But soon, the flicker in the fluorescent light caught my eye again. A ripple of tension coursed through my body. I steadied my breathing, forcing a slow inhale and exhale, determined not to let fear consume me. After a few minutes, I detected a faint rustling like paper being shifted. I turned, heart pounding, and froze. My textbooks, stacked neatly near the door, had moved. They were lined up in a bizarre pattern, forming an arc shape that ended at my desk chair. The progression was so deliberate, I nearly lost my grip on reality right then. My pulse pounded in my ears, loud enough that it seemed to drown out the hum of the light. I bent down to examine the pattern, each step feeling like I was trespassing on sacred ground. The volumes formed a neat letter-like shape, as though spelling something with their spines. My vision blurred with fear, my throat dry. I asked myself if an intruder could have done this, but the locked door and the office's relative security made that unlikely. Besides, the precision of the arrangement felt too purposeful. It wasn't just letters. It was an entire coded message waiting to be unraveled. Over the next few nights, I became consumed by deciphering these bizarre formations. When the statuettes or books moved, I documented every shift in position, every angle, every alignment. My senses were on constant high alert. My heart rarely returned to a normal rhythm, and my hands were perpetually clammy. The entire time, I fought a suffocating sense of being watched by the inanimate objects themselves. At certain moments, I even believed I heard them whisper, a faint clicking or droning just beyond the range of human hearing. As I continued to obsess, the manifestations escalated. I would enter my office to discover the antique lamp near the window flickering in rhythmic pulses as though it were signaling Morse code. The newly rearranged manuscripts on my desk seemed to represent star constellations I had never seen. My knees threatened to buckle each time I recognized a coherent pattern, as if the world around me was unraveling one cryptic symbol at a time. Nausea gripped me, and goosebumps erupted along my arms. Despite my overwhelming fear, I couldn't tear myself away. Something about these patterns demanded comprehension, as if my mind was the only one that could unlock their meaning. Night after night, I pored over the arrangement of objects, transcribing each configuration into notebooks with shaking fingers. The words invisible intention reverberated through my head, summoning an acute paranoia. My hair stood on end whenever a shift in the air made a page flutter. I knew I was too close to something monumental, something that defied conventional logic. I also noticed a creeping dread that this thing, whatever it was, might be using me as a conduit. Every muscle in my body stayed tense for hours on end, to the point where I could hardly remember what it felt like to be calm. My teaching began to suffer. Students commented that I seemed withdrawn and distant. A staff member quietly suggested I see the campus counselor. Noticing my bloodshot eyes and jittery movements, I avoided direct conversation, instead offering vague excuses about a busy schedule and important research deadlines. In truth, every part of me was focused on the messages forming in my office. I was convinced that if I ignored them, something far worse would be unleashed. Eventually, the patterns started resembling a complex system of communication. Ancient runes, bits of code, geometrical symbols. My long nights of comparative literature and linguistics gave me tools to interpret them. It became clear that something non-human yet possessing immense intelligence was orchestrating this. The objects, books, statuettes, lamps, chairs, seemed to have melded into a single collective entity, bending to a will that was beyond my comprehension. The realization sent waves of icy terror down my spine. I could feel my skin clammy and taut, my breath shallow with dread. It was as if the entire room was alive, a singular consciousness that demanded my understanding. One evening, after countless hours wrestling with that arrangement, I finally cracked the rudimentary outline of the message. The code referenced an imminent rupture in reality, a fracture that would begin right here in my office. My palms turned slick with cold sweat as I grasped the implication. I read the lines over and over, each time feeling my heart thunder as though it might explode. Every inch of my body screamed to flee, to leave this place and never return. But an urgent instinct kept me anchored. This bizarre collective of objects seemed to be warning me, not threatening me. They wanted me to act to prevent or at least prepare for some catastrophic event. I told no one, deciding that no colleague would believe me. Even if they did, how could I possibly convey the seriousness of a cosmic tear in the fabric of reality without sounding deranged? My nights turned into a half-sleep, plagued by nightmares of the office walls pulsating, collapsing into a void. The sensation that reality itself was on the brink of tearing, unraveling around me, haunted every moment. I could feel the air thinning, as though space itself was bending under the weight of what was to come. And yet, I couldn't escape. The more I resisted, the stronger the pull grew, as if this force was patiently waiting for me to face it. In those dreams, I was neither fully awake nor asleep. My heartbeat was a constant, frantic tattoo. Every time I woke, I found my clothes damp with sweat, my throat painfully constricted by fear. In the midst of this mental anguish, my self-doubt ballooned. Was I actually losing my mind? Could all of this be the feverish delusion of a man under too much pressure? The more I questioned my sanity, the more real the phenomenon seemed. The textual patterns were too elaborate to be imaginary. The cyclical alignment of the manuscripts, the constant rearranging of the statuettes, the flicker code of the lamp. They had a consistency that surpassed mere hallucination. My despair was so profound that my hands would shake even when I tried to drink water, and I often felt my heartbeat reverberate through my entire body in uncontrollable waves. 2 nights ago, the activity reached a crescendo. The door slammed behind me the moment I stepped inside. All around me, objects trembled. The bookshelf rattled. The papers on my desk fluttered with a frenzied life of their own. And the lamp in the corner flickered manically. My chest grew tight. My stomach churned, and I fought the urge to vomit. The atmosphere in the room was alive, crackling with an energy that made every inch of my skin crawl, summoning every ounce of courage. I confronted the center of the room as if facing an invisible presence. My legs quivered beneath me, my lungs fighting for air. Then, in an abrupt hush, everything stilled. I could almost feel the charge in the air recede, replaced by a suffocating heaviness. On my desk, the books formed a circle. Inside that circle, the statuettes, figures of ancient gods and creatures, were positioned in a ring, each tilted at a precise angle. It was the final piece of the puzzle. My heart thundered in my ears. I half expected the door to slam shut again, or the arrangement revealed a date and time. Tonight, shortly after midnight. The pattern, now fully decoded, communicated a single dire warning. The rupture would happen then in this exact spot. I felt a surge of cold. Adrenaline so potent my hands went numb. My entire body shook with the realization of what was about to unfold. I tried to steel myself to brace for an event that defies scientific explanation. The minutes slipped away while I stood there, a trembling figure in the gloom of my own office. At midnight, the light overhead crackled and died, plunging the room into near total darkness. My breath caught in my throat, chest tight with dread as I groped for the small flashlight in my desk drawer. A metallic taste filled my mouth and sweat rolled down my spine. Then I saw them. The statuettes glowing with a faint, otherworldly luminescence. The edges of the circle they formed seemed to blur and shift as if space itself was fraying at the seams. My teeth chattered from raw panic. Yet, I forced my gaze to remain fixed on the phenomenon. I expected some catastrophic tear in reality, an explosion of cosmic energy, or a horrifying spectacle that would annihilate me. Instead, the circle shimmered like a mirage. The walls appeared to breathe in tandem with my ragged gasps. Every object in the room seemed connected by invisible threads of thought. For a moment, I sensed an immense collective presence. A unity of consciousness that transcended physical form. My office had become an aperture, a pressure point in the fabric of existence. Just when I was certain I'd be pulled into this swirling distortion, a blinding flash erupted and then receded into darkness. My flashlight flickered back to life, revealing the office in its normal state. Books scattered on the floor, statuettes resting on the desk. The overhead light buzzed, resurrecting itself. I coughed. My lungs starved for oxygen, and pressed a trembling hand to my pounding heart. No rupture had claimed me or devoured the room. Yet, the space felt irrevocably changed, like a wound had opened and then sealed itself, leaving an invisible scar behind. I sank into my chair. A rush of feverish relief mingled with lingering fear. The hush in the room was profound, more like a vacuum than mere silence. The weight in my chest remained, a testament to the fact that something extraordinary had just happened. I wasn't sure if the rupture had been prevented or merely postponed. The objects no longer moved, as though they had poured every last bit of their energy into that singular moment. Their message had been delivered. In the days since, I've returned to my office with caution. The air still feels charged, but quieter, as if the presence that once animated these objects has receded into dormancy. I've deciphered no new patterns, nor have I witnessed any more levitations. Yet, I can't shake the sense that this place is sitting on the edge of an unseen precipice. It feels like waiting for the other shoe to drop. 1 hour 39 minutes and 10 seconds, my nights remain sleepless, my heart rate never truly calm. My imagination haunted by the possibility that the warning might resurface in some other form. Even now, as I write these words, I feel a prickling at the nape of my neck, a subtle reminder that reality is not as solid as we like to believe. My reflection in the office window stares back at me with hollow eyes. Is this the result of what I've experienced, or is there something deeper? Something within me that's been changed? 1 hour 39 minutes and 34 seconds, I wonder if I have merely delayed the inevitable, or if the collective consciousness of these objects has sealed a fissure in time and space. Sometimes I catch myself listening for the faint hum of movement behind me, adrenaline surging at every unfamiliar sound. I'm left with this final realization. Once you have witnessed the boundaries of reality begin to blur, you can never return to the blissful ignorance of ordinary life. 1 hour and 40 minutes, every room holds secrets, every silence conceals a voice, and every inanimate thing may harbor a watchful awareness. Though I emerged physically intact, the unease gnaws at me constantly. If reality threatened to fracture once, there's no reason it won't happen again. The objects may lie dormant, but I am forever marked by the knowledge of what they can do and what they can warn us about. 1 hour 40 minutes and 28 seconds, and that knowledge, more than anything, is what keeps my heart thudding relentlessly in my chest. Night after sleepless night. Story 7. The moment my eyes snapped open, I sensed that something was profoundly wrong. A crushing stillness blanketed the air, so thick it felt like I might choke on it. My bedroom, illuminated only by the ghostly glow of the nightlight I always kept on, appeared strangely elongated, as though the corners were gradually creeping farther away. My heart thudded against my ribs in an irregular beat, and my throat felt parched. Something about the silence set every nerve on edge. It was the kind of quiet that made one think the entire world had paused. Or worse, that it was waiting. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, half expecting the floor to tilt or give way under my feet. My body trembled with an unexplainable anticipation. As I stood, the hairs on my arms and neck stood erect as if caught in a static storm. I listened carefully for familiar sounds. A distant heater rumbled. A faint drip from the bathroom faucet, perhaps even the gentle hum of the refrigerator. Nothing. The entire house seemed to be holding its breath. When I reached for my bedroom door, I discovered it was locked from the inside. That alone made no sense. I lived alone and I'd never installed any special mechanism on my bedroom door. It was just a simple wooden door with a standard handle that didn't even have a lock. My first instinct was to laugh at the absurdity, but the laughter died in my throat. This wasn't just a stuck door. The handle refused to turn at all, as though fused in place. My palms grew clammy, and my heartbeat thumped louder, echoing in my ears. I began to yank and twist the knob, ignoring the sting in my wrist. The door rattled, but wouldn't budge. Panic gnawed at my gut, and a faint sense of claustrophobia started to tighten my chest. I tried not to succumb to it, but the sweat gathering at my temples betrayed my growing fear. Eventually, with one heavy shove of my shoulder, the door swung open as if it had suddenly decided to grant me passage. The force threw me forward into the hallway, and I caught myself against the opposite wall. My relief was short-lived. The corridor before me looked altered. What had once been a short hall leading to the bathroom and living room seemed to stretch on and on. The overhead light flickered, casting frantic shadows that made the walls appear to pulse. As I tried to steady my breathing, I noticed something else unnerving. Every other door in the hallway was closed. Worse, I could see that each had a new heavy lock built into it, none of which had ever been there before. The sight of so many barricaded doors made my stomach knot. A sour taste rose in my throat. I touched the lock on the bathroom door. Cold metal, seamlessly integrated into the wood, as though it had been installed ages ago. My heart hammered at the realization that I was trapped in my own home by something impossible. My fingers felt shaky against the door knob. I tested it. Locked. I tried a second door. Locked again. That's when I first heard the faint scraping sound, like nails along wood. It came from behind me, from the direction of my bedroom. My pulse lurched, and I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. The door I'd just come through was shut once more, the knob twisting of its own. A chord, and a low, rhythmic scratching reverberated through the wood. Fear surged in my veins, and I pressed my body against the wall as if making myself smaller would help. The scraping eventually faded, leaving me with only the pounding of my pulse in my ears. Fighting to steady my breath, I pressed forward, step by step, down the elongated corridor. Every footstep echoed, though the hallway had always been carpeted. I tried flipping the light switch on the wall, hoping to restore normalcy, but the bulb flickered with a sickly glow before plunging me into semi-darkness. The corridor remained dimly lit by what looked like an impossible moonlight filtering through the closed blinds of a nearby window. My mind scrambled to make sense of it. Moonlight shouldn't have been that bright or that color. It was tinted a nauseating greenish hue. I approached the door at the very end of the corridor, one that in my memory led to a small storage closet. My mind conjured the image of boxes stacked in disarray, old coats, and dusty tools. But I could sense it would be different now. Heart thumping, I slowly turned the lock. A harsh click announced the moment I got it open, as though something on the other side had unlocked it for me. When I stepped through, I found myself not in a closet at all, but in a familiar living space, familiar yet profoundly wrong. The area resembled my old apartment from years back, complete with the lumpy armchair I once owned, and the cheap coffee tableware I had spilled drinks countless times. The air smelled stale, tinged with the faint stench of mildew and something metallic. The layout was eerily accurate. My breath caught in my throat. This was the apartment I'd lived in during a particularly rough period in my life. I recognized the stains on the worn-out carpet, the chipped paint on the walls. The memory of that time clouded me. Isolation, deep loneliness, and nights spent pacing in silent dread. It felt as though the walls were watching me, or rather that the room itself was an extension of my mind, confronting me with a piece of my past I tried to bury. My heart pounded faster. I could almost hear my own anxious whispers from years ago, the ones I used to mumble whenever the weight of hopelessness pressed down on me. A sensation of being observed prickled across my back. Although I saw no one, the certainty that something was there sent icy tremors through my limbs. A single door stood on the far side, so I headed toward it, ignoring the growing sense that the floor might buckle. Each step was an ordeal. I felt lightheaded, my vision narrowing at the edges. Even my breathing went ragged. The doorknob was cold against my palm just like the rest, and initially refused to budge. A low, grinding sound emanated from inside the walls, as though metal gears were shifting behind the plaster, deciding whether to let me pass. Then, abruptly, the door popped open. Beyond it lay a corridor again. Yet this one was unrecognizable. I stepped onto tiles that reflected my distorted reflection, the lines of my face twisting in the gleam. My reflection's eyes looked unnaturally wide, sunken, and full of desperation. I pushed that image away from my mind and pressed onward. The corridor's ceiling arched overhead with stained glass panels. Murky shapes moved behind them, shapeless shadows that glided in silence. My heart rate quickened, and I could practically feel my blood pulsing in my temples. The sense that I was being watched only heightened. I stopped when I came to another locked door. An eerie hush filled the corridor, broken only by the sound of my unsteady breathing. The metal lock clicked under my fingers, and I felt a wave of dread surge through me as I pushed the door open. Inside was a room I immediately recognized but had never wanted to see again. It was the conference room for my old job, one where I'd once experienced a humiliating series of confrontations with colleagues. The overhead lights flickered, casting everything in a sickly fluorescent glare. The table was ringed with empty chairs, my throat constricted with the memory of sitting there, feeling cornered, anxious sweat rolling down my back as I had been peppered with accusations about missed deadlines and lack of focus. Stepping into that space, I felt my pulse pounding against the inside of my skull. My breathing quickened, the dryness in my mouth intensifying until I feared I might gag. The walls stretched wide, far wider than that conference room had ever been in reality, and a constant droning hum emanated from the fluorescent tubes overhead. I heard what sounded like whispered accusations. Threading through the hum, my name, criticisms, half-syllables that barely rose above the static. I couldn't discern the exact words, but I felt their venom deep in my bones. My palms were slick with sweat, and a chill slid along my spine. There was no one in the chairs, yet I could almost sense them filled with silhouettes from my past, all leaning forward in silent disapproval. I fumbled my way to another door, this time a heavy black steel one at the back. As soon as I gripped its handle, a jolt ran up my arm as if the metal were charged. My vision blurred momentarily, and I swayed on my feet, my heart hammering. Then the door swung open, leading me into a shadowy corridor that smelled damp, like earth and rusted pipes. My breath shuddered with each inhale. The walls were lined with flickering lights that gave off a faint buzzing sound. I forced myself to keep moving, wiping sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. My shirt clung to my skin, every inch of me soaked in cold perspiration. The hall turned left, then twisted right, then sloped downward in a serpentine path that made no architectural sense for my home. By then, I understood the truth. My house had become a maze of my own darkest memories, guided by some malevolent force. With each door I opened, I was traveling deeper into my own psyche. Each room a stage for my regrets and anxieties. The next door, a stark white panel, revealed a cluttered space, reminiscent of an old storage unit I'd once rented. Boxes towered precariously, marked with big black letters. My chest tightened at the thought of rummaging through them, certain they would reveal the remnants of a past relationship I'd locked away in cardboard and tried to forget. I inched forward, feeling as though I was trespassing in a museum of my own failures. My breath caught when I noticed the largest box in the corner with my name scrawled on it. It felt as if the walls were closing in, suffocating me with memory and guilt. I managed to pry the box open just enough to see personal items I had assumed were lost or thrown out. Battered notebooks filled with my old scribbles, a few photos, a broken necklace. I felt a flash of anger and embarrassment. My body trembled, and I could hear my pulse loud in my ears. The sense of being watched grew stronger, as though the shadows in the corners held living, hungry forms. I slammed the box shut and stumbled back, swallowing the urge to call out for help. There was no one to hear me anyway. As I turned to escape that room, I noticed another corridor had appeared on the opposite side, one that shouldn't have existed at all. Its floor was covered in what felt like thin, wet carpeting that squished under my shoes. The air was damp and heavy, making each breath more difficult. At times, the walls seemed to ripple like the surface of a pond, reflecting an image of my anxious face that distorted with every step. A sense of dread so powerful it practically roared flooded my senses, and my heart pounded at a pace I feared was unsustainable. Finally, I arrived at a single imposing door marked by intricate spiraling carvings. Each swirl seemed to shift under my gaze, forming patterns that teased the edges of my vision. My palms were sweaty, heart thrashing in my chest. I felt compelled to open it, though every cell in my body screamed to flee. With trembling fingers, I pressed the handle. To my surprise, it turned smoothly, and the door swung open without resistance. Inside was a version of my living room, except the furniture was arranged in a warped fashion. The walls angled impossibly, corners twisting into elongated points. The windows were covered by thick black drapes that seemed to breathe in and out with a silent rhythm. My living room table was in the center, and on it sat a single object, an old mirror I faintly recalled from some distant place in my life. Its tarnished frame looked corroded, as if eaten away by time and regret. My reflection was dim, as though I were looking at a version of myself from underwater. I saw not just my face, but flickering shapes behind me. Shadows that stood upright, looming in silent condemnation. My chest tightened, and I felt my breath falter, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. This was no ordinary reflection. I sensed an intelligence behind the glass, something that gazed back at me with ancient, callous eyes. For a terrifying moment, it felt as though the glass might fracture, unleashing whatever was behind it. I pressed my lips together to keep from crying out. The presence in the mirror felt intimately tied to my most buried fears, the pieces of my mind I tried hardest to repress. Each labored inhale seemed to pull that presence closer. I don't know how long I stayed on the porch, just breathing, sweat trickling down my temples, hands shaking. My body trembled under a crushing weight, a near certainty that this presence wanted something from me. Or perhaps it was feeding on my anxiety, my guilt. When I finally found the strength to back away, the reflection in the mirror lingered a fraction of a second longer than I did. Lips parted as if in a silent sneer. My heart raced in terror at the realization that my reflection wasn't perfectly mirroring me. I stumbled toward another door, the door I recognized as the original front door of my house. I couldn't fathom how it was now inside the living room, but since it had abandoned me long ago, my head pounded. My breath came in ragged gasps as I looked around, realizing that I had no idea. Strung taut by fear, summoning every ounce of will, I reached out for the doorknob, hardly daring to hope it would open. Behind me, I heard a faint hiss, something scraping along the floor as if to drag me back. The doorknob twisted under my hand, and with a final burst of desperate energy, I pulled the door open. A rush of cool air struck me like a jolt of electricity. Bright light flooded in, blinding me momentarily. My heart thundered in my ears. I half expected the door to slam shut again or the corridor to twist away, but it didn't. I stumbled outside, heart nearly exploding with relief and confusion. The oppressive silence was replaced by distant city sounds, cars, a faint hum of life. My legs shook so badly that I sank to my knees on the porch. My home, viewed from the outside, looked entirely normal. Familiar siding, windows, and roof. But I could still feel it behind those walls, the shifting hallways and twisted rooms. A labyrinth of my nightmares, manifested in real space. A breeze swept across my sweat-drenched shirt, causing me to shiver. My head spun, trying to process the impossible. I stood unsteady, leaning against the porch railing as I stared at the front door. In my mind's eye, I saw all the memories I had just confronted. The house still held them, rearranging itself to reflect each regret, every misstep. And I felt with a raw certainty that something inside there was alive, ancient, malevolent, feeding off my hidden shame. I don't know how long I stayed on the porch, just breathing, letting the cool air ground me. My heartbeat gradually slowed from a frantic hammering to something almost normal. I could feel my sanity slipping, or at least altering, as though I had glimpsed a hidden truth about the link between my psyche and the walls that should have been my refuge. Even though I was no longer inside, I felt the house's presence in every cell of my body, as if a piece of it had latched onto me. Finally, I forced myself to stand upright and face the door one last time. A nauseating wave of dizziness told me that the barrier between my mind and that grotesque interior might never fully heal. I sensed that if I opened the door again, the horrors would return, more twisted than before. Yet, part of me felt an unsettling pull toward it, as if unraveling its mystery had become my purpose. My muscles trembled with indecision. My mouth was dry as dust, and my lungs still struggled to regulate my breathing. In the end, I stepped back. I couldn't bring myself to cross the threshold again. The weight of the malevolent force inside pressed against my back as I turned away. My only consolation was the realization that whatever that presence was, it didn't fully own me. I had walked out, though my memories and regrets still felt painfully real. As I reached the sidewalk, it was as if the oppressive atmosphere dissipated slightly, yet a lingering dread haunted me. I knew the house was there, twisting its corridors, reshaping my past, waiting for the next moment I might dare to enter. The certainty that it wouldn't stay quiet for long gnawed at me. Even from the sidewalk, I felt a faint rhythmic thrum in the ground, like a slow, measured heartbeat. It pulsed against the soles of my shoes, an unspoken promise that the entity inside would continue to manipulate my memories and my reality if given the chance. My breath hitched, but I forced myself to continue walking, feeling both relieved and unhinged. Though my body had escaped, I couldn't escape the knowledge that some part of me was still entwined with that place. Whenever I shut my eyes, I felt the locked doors pressing in on my consciousness, reminding me that I was only ever a few steps away from confronting them again. A chilling thought took root, sending cold sweat rolling down my spine. Perhaps this wasn't over. Perhaps it never would be. Even now, I struggle to regain my composure, to recall how everyday life used to feel. My heart is unsteady. My throat still feels like sandpaper, and my hands haven't stopped trembling. The house behind me stands silent and unassuming, but in my mind, it remains an endless maze of haunted corridors, filled with the echoes of my own pain, manipulated by something I can't fully comprehend. I have no idea what would happen if I tried to sell this place or even burn it down. maybe it doesn't matter. The house is in me now. A living testament to all the horrors I refused to face until it twisted them into living nightmares. I breathe in, tasting the faint tang of metal in the air. The sun creeps over the horizon, painting the sky with pale oranges and pinks, a stark contrast to the dark labyrinth lurking within those walls. My gaze flickers toward the front door again. Despite the light, the building's silhouette seems to loom, thick with shadows, as though waiting for my return. And that knowledge that it waits with infinite patience is perhaps the greatest horror of all. The rain hammered against the warped window panes from the moment I arrived, like frantic fingertips begging for entry. Before I had the chance to properly cross the threshold, I felt my heart thudding in my chest, an inexplicable weight pressing against my ribs. The house, my uncle's century-old property, loomed before me with an air of silent menace, its pitched roof and stained glass panels whispering warnings I couldn't quite decipher. Even the wind seemed to carry a low, mournful sound as it curled around the gables, echoing in the eaves. I remember stepping inside and immediately sensing that the house had been waiting, watching, and anticipating my arrival. My throat was uncomfortably dry, and I licked my lips in an attempt to muster some moisture. The old floorboards groaned beneath my feet, resonating with my mounting unease. I had come into possession of this house under circumstances I still find bewildering. My uncle had, in his own cryptic way, transferred ownership to me before moving on to some distant place. He kept sending me letters about the importance of safeguarding the legacy, but he never provided details on what exactly needed safeguarding. He simply vanished from my life, leaving me a thick ring of keys and a brief note that said I should explore every inch of the house before making any decisions about it. At the time, I assumed he just wanted me to continue the family's tradition of meticulously preserving antiques. I quickly realized, however, that he had left me something far more unsettling than a mere museum of old curiosities. From the first night, the house's atmosphere embraced me like a set of cold, clammy hands. My breathing came in quick, stunted gasps, while I fumbled around in half darkness to locate light switches. When I finally found one, a single weak bulb illuminated the foyer. Shadows stretched across the walls, and twisted shapes that seemed to retreat the moment my gaze fell upon them. I couldn't tell if the shapes were illusions triggered by my tired mind or if the house was genuinely pulsing with some hidden life of its own. In the early days, the disturbances were subtle. I would catch a glimpse of a fleeting movement in the corners of mirrors I didn't remember hanging on the walls. Sometimes, as I strolled down a corridor, I felt a gentle push against my back, as though someone had brushed past me in a hurry. More than once, I would wake to the faint echo of footsteps in the hallway, or the muted scrape of what sounded like furniture being dragged across another room. My heart would pound so fiercely that I feared it might give out. I found it impossible to return to sleep after these episodes. My thoughts racing, my mouth so dry that every breath seemed to burn my throat. Morning brought little relief, for the daylight only served to highlight strange details, odd markings etched into the wallpaper, or old photos of relatives whose faces seemed to have changed overnight. Sometimes I noticed new objects on the shelves, silver candlesticks, dusty figurines that I had no memory of unpacking. Determined to figure out what was happening, I started an exhaustive exploration of the house. The building had clearly undergone several expansions and renovations over the decades, and the architecture seemed deliberately labyrinthine. Some hallways led me in circles, and certain doors opened onto dead-end passages. Along the ground floor, I discovered a narrow stairwell hidden behind a false wall in the pantry. The steps were so uneven that I had to grip a rickety railing with both hands, my palms slick with cold sweat. Every step produced a long groaning squeak that reverberated through the darkness. An intense odor of stagnant air hung around me, thick enough to taste on my tongue. It was musty, laced with something like old incense that had gone sour. The stairwell led to a dusty chamber that housed a row of tall, ornate mirrors, each leaning against the wall at a slight angle. Their frames were carved with twisting patterns reminiscent of vines merging into animal shapes. Seeing my reflection in that dim flickering glow, the only illumination came from a small barred window. I noticed something that made me freeze. In each mirror, my reflection looked subtly different. In one, my posture was slightly skewed, my head tilted as though sizing me up. In another, the expression on my face bordered on a sneer, faint but unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a rush of goosebumps crawl over my entire body. I stepped closer, trying to rationalize the strange phenomenon. Maybe it was an illusion caused by the angle of the mirrors or the diffused light. But when I reached out to touch the surface, my reflection delayed its movement for just the tiniest fraction of a second. That discrepancy, that impossibility, sent a jolt of panic through my entire nervous system. I spun around, fleeing the chamber with my heart thudding. Back upstairs, I locked the pantry door behind me, hoping that would keep whatever I had seen contained. But the sense of being watched refused to leave. It felt as though every angle of the house was equipped with those elaborate mirrors concealed behind walls or hidden in corners, capturing glimpses of me, whether I liked it or not. Later, while scouring the attic for anything that might clarify these eerie findings, I stumbled upon old journals and letters. They appeared to be in my uncle's handwriting, though some passages were penned by others from decades past. The more I read, the more I understood. The house was built on a foundation of secrets. Previous occupants had conducted elaborate rituals involving mirrors, capturing and preserving reflections to gain insight into events that had transpired there. These illusions were said to act as a record, a living history of the house. The letters hinted that once a reflection was captured, it could exist beyond the confines of the moment in which it was formed, lingering in mirrors as a fragment of the past. My uncle's notes suggested that he had taken this practice even further, attempting to harness these reflections as portals, bridging the gap between what is and what was. The day I discovered the first hidden corridor running parallel to the main hallway was the day my perception began to crack. Walking through that corridor, I recognized small rectangular apertures set into the walls, vantage points through which one could peer into each room via the backside of a mirror, with the house's entire interior lined with these mirrors. It was as though the place itself was an observer, an all-seeing presence that watched inhabitants from every possible angle. The atmosphere in that narrow passage was suffocating. I heard the faint drip of condensation, the only sound to break the pulsing silence. The air was thick with the smell of damp plaster and old wood. The meager flickering light from my flashlight danced across the cramped space, projecting my shadow onto the wall's end. Elongated shapes that seemed to move independently of me. My heart pounded so loudly that it seemed to resonate off the walls, and my breathing turned rapid and harsh. As I looked through one of the apertures, I saw the living room from behind its mirror. At first, it was just the furniture in the same disheveled state I'd left it. Then in the reflection, a figure emerged. It was me, or rather a version of me, walking into the room. But it couldn't be happening in real time because I was crouched in that corridor watching. The reflection of me looked older, or maybe just more haunted. The posture was unnatural. Rigid shoulders, arms held stiffly at the sides. My jaw clenched tight. My lips curled downward in a scowl I'd never seen on my own face. When the reflection turned, I saw its eyes fixed right on the mirror. Right on the vantage point where I was spying. My pulse hammered. And for a moment, I thought I heard a distant sigh echo from the far reaches of. I yanked myself away from the opening and leaned against the clammy wall, feeling beads of cold sweat sliding down my temples. In one of the attic journals, I had read a cryptic passage. The reflection unbound may claim the one who cast it. The words played in my mind, refusing to be dismissed as mere superstition. The house, with its labyrinth of mirrors, seemed to be performing a slow, calculated exchange. My reality for another, my identity for some alternate version. Each time I caught my reflection in a room, I noticed small changes in my own appearance afterward. Sometimes my hands would tremble uncontrollably or my face would appear drawn and unfamiliar in the bathroom mirror. My heartbeat was a constant drum of anxiety, hammering every time I turned a corner or opened a door. Night became torturous, filled with the sensation of an unseen presence looming over my bed, pressing down on my chest until I jolted awake, gasping. When I tried to explain some of my experiences to a family acquaintance over a brief phone call, I used vague language, carefully avoiding direct mention of mirrors and reflections. They expressed alarm, suggesting that I should maybe step away from the house, but I just nodded in silence. Stepping away felt like surrendering the final shred of myself that still belonged to this world. I was possessed by a need to understand and, if possible, undo whatever was happening. During another conversation relayed mostly in hushed, stammered phrases on my end, they hinted that my uncle had been researching the intersection of time and reflection. That cryptic statement reinforced my suspicions. He had been attempting something too large and dangerous, unleashing these alternate reflections into the house. One evening, my sense of creeping dread escalated to outright terror. I was about to retire for the night when I heard a muffled scraping sound from somewhere behind the walls. It was a slow, deliberate noise punctuated by quiet intervals that only amplified my pounding heart. I followed the sound to the second-floor hallway. There, I discovered an entrance I had overlooked before, another hidden doorway. It led me into a cramped space behind the bathroom mirror. In the darkness, I could see vague movement. My hands shook uncontrollably as I fiddled with my flashlight. The narrow beam sliced through the blackness, illuminating the reflection of a figure crouched on the other side of the mirror. It was a reflection of me, but more disheveled. My eyes ringed with deep shadows. A primal fear clawed at the back of my throat as I realized that this other me was reaching out, pressing a hand against the glass from the inside. Without warning, the mirror rattled and I heard a low, growling hiss, not quite human in origin. My heart slammed so hard that spots appeared in my vision, and I staggered back. I locked myself in my bedroom, chest heaving, and tried to calm my mind. Each breath felt like shards of ice slicing through my lungs. The door behind me rattled occasionally, as though a gentle pressure was testing its strength. I pressed my ear against the wood, hearing a soft whisper. Or maybe just the house settling. My thoughts spun out of control. Was I hallucinating all of this? Was this some inherited madness? Or was the house orchestrating these horrors to break my resolve? To weaken my sense of self until I was ripe for replacement? As the day stretched on, I noticed the reflection in the bathroom mirror, lingering even after I moved. In other rooms, sometimes I'd walk past a reflective surface and my image wouldn't register until a second later, as though it had to catch up to my movements. I began to feel physically ill. Lightheaded, nauseated, my skin clammy to the touch. My anxiety level soared. I couldn't eat. I constantly felt like I was being observed from every angle. and my heart seemed perpetually on the brink of bursting. At times, my own footsteps didn't feel like they belonged to me, as if something else was controlling my limbs. Yet, I was determined to reclaim my life from the house's clutches. I decided that the only chance of resolving this was to confront the central location of these mirror anomalies. I returned to the chamber in the basement, the one with the ornate mirrors lined in a row, each harboring a reflection, just different enough to make my stomach flip. The air was stifling and I was sweating so profusely that droplets formed on my forehead and trickled down my back. My hands trembled around the flashlight and my throat was so parched I could barely swallow. As I approached the largest mirror, I saw something move behind my reflection. A swirl of darkness, or maybe a figure passing by. My reflection's eyes seemed to darken and its lips twitched into a mocking grin. A wave of dizziness struck me. My muscles tensed and I felt an almost magnetic pull drawing me closer to the glass. I pressed my palm against the mirror's surface, feeling a sharp chill that spread through my hand and into my arm. Panic flared in my mind, but I forced myself to hold steady. My reflection began to shift, its features contorting into a more angular, sinister shape. It was as though it were no longer a perfect replica of me, but a version twisted by the weight of the house's hidden histories. My breath caught in my throat as it seemed to move, its head tilting slightly, my heart hammering in my chest. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the singular thought that I was me. I was the original occupant of this body, this life, this timeline. I mentally repeated my own name, my birth date, fragments of my personal history, anything to ground me in my identity. For a moment, the mirror's pull intensified, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. I gritted my teeth, locked my trembling knees, and forced myself to stay. Slowly, the reflection's grin faded, and the tension pulling me toward the mirror began to ease. It was as if I was wrestling with an invisible force that resided behind the glass. After what felt like an eternity of suffocating silence, the hold loosened entirely, and I staggered back, nearly collapsing onto the cold, damp floor. My heart pounded so violently that I could feel it in my throat. My breathing was labored, and my clothes were soaked in sweat. Yet, something about my reflection now looked subdued, as though it had lost a portion of whatever malevolent energy it once possessed. In that moment, I understood what I had stumbled upon. Perhaps I had shown the house, shown those reflections that I refused to relinquish my place in the present. The system of mirrors throughout the walls still remained, each one a potential gateway or prison for the alternate reflections. The corridors were still there, waiting in the gloom. The vantage points still allowing glimpses of disturbing scenes from times long gone. But I sensed that I had disrupted some cycle. I no longer felt quite as defenseless. I left the house not long after, locking every secret door I could find, covering the mirrors with blankets, turning off the lights. My hands trembled the entire time, and my vision swam with anxiety, but I managed to seal away the hidden corridors to the best of my ability. The sound of the front door shutting behind me was a dull thud that reverberated through my chest. And for a moment, I thought I heard a distant sigh echo from the far reaches of the house. My relief was immediate, though tempered by the realization that the house still contained those reflections, still crouched within the labyrinth of glass and time. Even as I drove away, my heart thumping erratically, I felt eyes on me. My own eyes, or at least the eyes of another me, waiting in the mirrors. For the rest of my life, I suspect I'll carry that sensation like a persistent phantom pain, always glancing over my shoulder to make sure it's really my shadow following me at night. When I see my silhouette cast against a wall, I sometimes think it twitches an instant too late. And in the corner of my vision, I catch faint movements in reflective surfaces. Nothing as overt as a sneer or a beckoning hand, but enough to send a spike of dread through my veins. I am certain the house remains silent and watchful. A hidden network of glass corridors preserving 1,000 moments. 1,000 fractured versions of reality. And though I have escaped its walls, I know the reflection I left behind is still there, waiting for an opportunity to cross the threshold once more. It's an unsettling truth that refuses to let me rest. A lingering anxiety that seeps into the corners of my mind whenever I catch a glimpse of my face in a mirror. Something else shares my features in that old house, anchored by centuries of dark curiosity. And I can't be entirely sure if I brought all of myself away when I left. I still remember the first time I felt that acute pressure in my chest. The creeping certainty that something was seriously wrong with this place. The cabin sat on the edge of a large dark lake, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to whisper at night. The air felt dense with unspoken secrets, and I couldn't shake the sensation that my every footstep disturbed more than just the dust on the floor. I'd come here for a break, a chance to distance myself from the noise of civilization. Yet the silence here was different. Alive in some twisted way. It crawled under my skin, set my nerves on edge, and made my heart pound so violently I could feel it echoing in my ears. My first few hours were almost tranquil. The cabin itself was modest, a single floor with creaking wooden planks, a small porch overlooking the water, and a cozy fireplace that looked like it had seen decades of usage. I took in the stale smell of old wood, the slight dampness in the air, the faint lingering fragrance of something like burned pine. Initially, I felt a sense of peace. My plan was to rest, maybe do some fishing, and read a couple of books, enjoying the solitude I rarely found back home. But that night, things started to feel off. I heard scratching noises on the walls, like branches scraping against the wood. But there were no trees close enough on that side of the cabin. Occasionally, I thought I caught a shape in my peripheral vision. Something darker than the shadows cast by the dim yellow lamps. 2 hours 20 minutes and 5 seconds, my hands trembled when I reached for my flashlight. And I could feel cold beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Each breath grew shallow, as though the air was too thick to inhale properly. Even though I tried to reason it away, maybe the wind had picked up. Maybe my tired eyes were playing tricks. I knew deep down that these were not normal nighttime disturbances. The second morning, I woke up shuddering from a dream that vanished the moment my eyes opened, leaving behind only the echo of intense dread. A peculiar stillness blanketed everything. The lake's surface was mirror smooth, not a single ripple or sign of life. My mouth felt parched, my throat scratchy, and even after drinking a full glass of water, I couldn't shake the dryness in my mouth. I walked around the cabin's perimeter, looking for any signs of an animal that might have caused the strange noises, but I found nothing. No footprints in the soil, no broken branches, not even a trace of wildlife. The forest itself felt unnaturally quiet, as if the birds and insects had all gone silent in fear. By late afternoon, I noticed the first real indication that this place was behaving in ways I couldn't rationalize. The wind began to swirl around the cabin, rustling the pine needles in a circular motion, almost rhythmic. It reminded me of a slow, steady heartbeat. My own heartbeat pounded wildly, racing in synchronization with that sound. I stood on the porch, leaning against the railing, trying to take deep, calming breaths. But the persistent gusts only grew stronger. I caught a glimpse of movement in the woods, a vague humanoid outline that flickered like a broken image on a failing TV screen. My heart leapt into my throat. When I pointed my flashlight toward it, the shape disappeared, replaced by the ordinary static of the forest. Yet the moment I turned away, I felt certain it was still there, watching. That night, the scratching returned, but it moved along the walls more insistently, as if encircling me. Every rasping sound made my skin prickle with an icy sensation, and I had to force myself to swallow, to remind myself to breathe. I tried to distract myself, flipping through an old magazine I found in the cabin. But the words seemed wrong. They were out of order, sometimes repeated in loops. And I found lines of text bleeding from one page to the next, as though the boundaries of the pages were no longer fixed. My head began to ache. The ceiling beams groaned, the windows rattled in their frames, and I became certain that something wanted to get inside. I managed to drift off to an uneasy sleep near dawn, only to wake later to find the day almost gone. The clock on the wall read 9:00 a.m., yet the sky was already tinted orange with the approach of evening. My phone had lost its signal entirely. I rubbed my eyes, trying to piece together how so many hours had slipped away. My body felt weak, my muscles stiff as though I'd run a marathon in my sleep. I forced myself up, ignoring the trembling in my legs, and decided to check the surroundings again. That's when I discovered the same footprints I'd made the day before, still fresh in the dirt, as if I had never disturbed them. Time had locked into some twisted repetition, preserving details that should have changed. Each time I dozed off, I awoke disoriented with the sense that entire weeks might have passed or only minutes. The cabin itself seemed to be caught in a loop. The wind chimes on the porch, which initially moved in random patterns, now chimed in short, repeating sequences. The floorboards squeaked in exactly the same rhythm every time I crossed them, even though I was stepping in different spots. My reflection in the window occasionally lagged behind my actual movements, as if I was being observed by a second me, locked in a fraction of a second delay. My stomach churned with a deepening dread, and my heart would race until I tasted copper in my mouth from clenching my teeth so hard. I began to suspect that this place existed outside normal chronology. It was an island in time, repeating the final days before some catastrophic event. But the more I stayed, the more the cycle shortened. Each loop felt compressed, events overlapping in disorienting ways. I found myself caught in the same patterns, rising, pacing the porch, hearing the same creaks in the same order. But each time, the atmosphere grew heavier, the shadows more distorted. My chest would tighten as I heard that same scratching on the walls, intensifying each time it recurred. Sometimes it sounded like claws, sometimes like desperate fingers trying to tear through the wood. Then the entities began to show themselves. At first, I caught them in reflections, just flickers of elongated limbs behind me when I stood by the bathroom mirror. My peripheral vision would pick up angles that didn't make sense, as if something was bending light in ways not meant for our dimension. Once while looking out at the lake, I saw the surface twist, forming shapes that rose above the water for the briefest second, then dissolved. It felt like these things were testing the boundaries, waiting for the right moment to emerge. My palms would clam up, a cold sweat trickling down my spine. My breath came in ragged gasps as I clutched the windowsill, forcing my gaze to stay on the water, even though every instinct screamed at me to run. Eventually, I found a journal hidden under the cabin's single bed. Its pages were yellowed, the writing faint, but I could make out references to the temporal fold, cycles accelerating, and an anchor. It talked about a recurring loop in which whoever set foot in the cabin would become a magnet for something beyond reason. The journal's final entries described reality thinning out with time capes overlapping in unstoppable forces crossing the threshold. The writer mentioned that only through direct confrontation could one break the cycle. But it never explained what form that confrontation should take. With every passing hour, the environment deteriorated. The walls felt like they were pulsing with unseen veins. The floors vibrated under my feet as though an earthquake were contained just beneath the foundation. Outside, the wind no longer followed a natural rhythm. It had become a chaotic roar, and the pines swayed violently in a bizarre synchronized motion. My anxiety reached a fever pitch. My heart hammered so relentlessly in my chest that my entire ribcage felt bruised. When I tried to steady my breathing, I was met with nothing but frantic gulps of air that did nothing to ease the tightness in my lungs. I decided to confront whatever was happening. Perhaps it was desperation or madness, but I couldn't just sit and wait for these looping days to devour me. In a moment of shaky resolve, I repeated to myself that I had to gather evidence, find some clue about how to break free. My voice trembled when I muttered those words, sounding almost foreign in the suffocating hush of the cabin. My plan was to set a camera on the living room table, record every bizarre occurrence, and then watch the footage for patterns. When the next cycle began, I felt it immediately, a sudden disorientation, followed by the sensation that the day had reset itself. I looked at the camera screen, and to my astonishment, there was a flicker of time-lapse images, me pacing the porch, me flipping through that old magazine, me sleeping on the couch. Images I didn't recall filming. The timeline jumped erratically, but each segment showed me performing the same actions over and over. More disturbingly, in the background, faint shapes appeared, growing more distinct with each loop. They were tall, thin silhouettes with elongated arms, their features just outside of focus. My pulse raced as I watched them gather closer, occasionally reaching out in my direction as though longing to touch me. The loops continued to shrink. Days compacted into hours, hours into minutes. I felt like a marionette, yanked through the same motions, forever tethered to this cursed place. My paranoia spiked to terrifying heights. Every time the cycle restarted, my vision blurred at the edges. The boundary between waking and dreaming dissolved. I would see the walls stretch, the furniture rearrange itself, or the windows warp into impossible shapes. My reflection in the mirror sometimes broke into dozens of fractured images. Each piece gazed back at me with an expression I couldn't recognize. Wide, unblinking eyes filled with silent horror. I felt my own heartbeat pound in my head, so loud it was almost deafening. At times I heard a voice, not quite human, whisper from behind the walls. It never said a full sentence, just fragments of some alien language. Other times, I thought I heard my own voice echo back at me, but mangled and reversed, as if mocking every attempt I made to break free. The dryness in my mouth intensified, and my throat would tighten as though invisible hands were squeezing my airway. My skin felt clammy, the hair on my arms perpetually raised. I worried that one morning I would wake up and find myself permanently trapped in a single moment, unable to even blink as these interdimensional forces crept closer. I realized I was an anchor. The journal had alluded to that cabin, drawing people here to serve as a link between the fabric of our reality and that which lurked outside. Whatever was hidden behind the thinning veil needed me, and that knowledge made my stomach twist. They needed a host, a beacon, a point of entry. Every time I existed through another loop, the boundary weakened a fraction more. My presence seemed to accelerate the unraveling. And no matter how often I told myself I wouldn't participate, I couldn't escape the cyclical momentum. My body would move against my will, repeating tasks as if possessed by a script I couldn't rewrite. Panic seized me when I noticed the final stage of the distortion happening right before my eyes. The sky turned a pale gray, shot through with jagged streaks of static like an old television losing reception. The forest flickered, trees shifting in and out of alignment, creating momentary glimpses of landscapes I couldn't recognize. Frozen tundras, alien deserts, endless seas of black water. Every time the world flickered, my heart jumped, my fingers tingled, and cold sweat trickled down my back. The humming in the air became a roar, vibrating through the windows and walls. I felt unsteady, as though gravity itself was losing its hold on me. Desperate, I remembered the journal's hint about a confrontation. Trembling and with my heart thundering, I pressed my palms against the cabin wall. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sensation of that rhythmic pounding beneath the wood. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard those interdimensional entities scraping at the edges of reality, testing the tiers I had inadvertently helped create. In a single burst of willpower, fueled by raw terror, I forced myself to challenge the loop. I slammed my fist against the wall and demanded it release me. My voice shook, my lungs burned, but I kept shouting that I would not be their anchor, that I would find a way out. Almost instantly, everything blinked. For a breathless moment, I was suspended in a place of absolute silence and darkness. Then, with a violent lurch, the world around me exploded back into reality. I collapsed onto the cabin floor, gasping for air. My vision swam and my chest felt like it might burst from the rapid pounding of my heart. Slowly, the shapes around me settled into something close to normal. The walls were no longer throbbing. The sky outside looked clear. He spoke in a low, rasping tone, and his words seemed to twist and fade into the night air, as if they were never meant to reach my ears. My confusion deepened as I strained to make sense of what he was saying. His eyes, however, seemed to gleam with a strange intensity in the dim light. And that was when I first noticed the faint, almost imperceptible shimmer around him. I couldn't explain it, but something about the way he stood, so rigid and unnatural, sent a jolt of unease through me. His presence felt out of place, like he was more a part of the night itself than a real person. I forced myself to ask again, my voice trembling as I tried to remain calm, but all I received was another incomprehensible mutter, followed by a long, drawn-out pause. He then raised a hand, slow, deliberate, and pointed toward the woods on the side of the road. The gesture was so fluid, so eerily coordinated, that it made my skin crawl. As I followed his finger with my gaze, the trees beyond the road seemed to shift, almost imperceptibly, as if they were part of the same silent world that this man inhabited. It was in that instant that I realized I had no idea what was beyond those trees. I couldn't remember ever having seen them before. A shiver ran down my spine as a cold gust of wind swept through the car. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel, and I struggled to suppress the mounting sense of dread in my chest. I'm not sure where I am, I stammered, hoping for a clearer response, but the old man only stood there, unmoving, his expression blank and unreadable. There was something unsettling in the stillness, in the way the world around us seemed to hold its breath. Even the wind had stopped, and the sounds of the forest were eerily absent, as though the entire world had fallen silent in response to this encounter. The night seemed to deepen around us, wrapping the roadside in an inescapable veil of darkness. My heart hammered as I realized how vulnerable I was, trapped in this isolated stretch of road with no one else in sight. The man's silence, his fixed gaze, seemed to press in on me, suffocating me with a sense of impending danger. Finally, I managed to murmur, "Are you going to help me?" But even as I said it, the words felt pointless. The old man made no reply. Instead, he took a step toward me, his movements jerky and unnatural, I quickly rolled up my window, my mind screaming for me to drive away, but my body remained frozen in place. As his hand reached out, I caught a glimpse of his fingers, long, gnarled, and far too pale for a man of his age. The very sight of them made my stomach turn, and I could feel my pulse spike in my throat. "Go," the old man muttered at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "Go before the night claims you." The words were like a knife, cutting through the fragile calm that had been left in the wake of my panic. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, tearing away from the old man and the eerie silence that surrounded him. The car roared to life, and the road stretched out ahead of me like a dark tunnel. But no matter how fast I drove, no matter how far I pushed the accelerator, the air inside the car felt thick, oppressive, as though it were still holding me in place, forcing me to confront the unnerving words the old man had left behind. As I sped down the highway, the lights from my car illuminated the winding road ahead. But something felt wrong. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally across the pavement, and the trees along the road appeared to lean toward me, as though they were reaching out, beckoning me back. I dared not look in the rearview mirror, but every instinct told me that the old man was still there, watching. When I finally reached a town, I pulled into the nearest gas station, my hands trembling so violently that it took several attempts to open the door. My heart still raced, and my breath came in short, shallow bursts. The attendant, an older man with a gruff expression, looked at me oddly as I filled up the tank. "You all right there?" he asked, noticing my pallor and the wild look in my eyes. I nodded weakly, unwilling to trust my voice. My thoughts were still in chaos, haunted by the memory of the old man and the dread that had burrowed deep into my bones. No matter how I tried to reason with myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply, irrevocably wrong, that I had narrowly escaped something far worse than I could comprehend. When I finally left the gas station and got back on the road, everything felt off. The trees seemed darker than before, their shadows longer, as if I had crossed into another world entirely. The chill in the air clung to me, unnatural and unrelenting, and I couldn't shake the sensation that something was watching, waiting for me to look back. Then I saw him. The man stood still on the roadside, as if he'd been dropped there by mistake. His eyes were glassy, vacant, and for a moment, it looked like his mind had drifted far from his body, lost somewhere unreachable. His tattered coat fluttered gently, though the air was still. It moved in a strange rhythm, like he was swaying in a breeze only he could feel. A real breeze did stir, soft, fleeting, but it couldn't explain the cold that gripped my skin. It felt like the town itself had drained all warmth from the world, replacing it with the oppressive weight of something unseen, something ancient. Marcus, usually the braver of the two of us, stepped forward cautiously. His voice, uncertain and thin, cut into the silence. "Are you all right?" The words sounded absurd, too human for a place like this. Yet they echoed off the crumbling buildings as if the town had been waiting, hungry for someone to speak. The figure's lips parted slowly, and when he spoke, his voice was low, almost guttural, like a whisper that had traveled far too long in the dark. "You shouldn't have come," he said, his eyes still unfocused, staring past us as if he were speaking to some unseen force. I felt a cold spike of fear shoot up my spine. The words, those few cryptic words, seemed to hang in the air like a warning. "What do you mean?" I asked, my throat tight. The man blinked slowly, and the strange, hollow expression in his eyes faded just a little. For the first time, he seemed to focus on us, but there was no recognition, no warmth, no human spark in his gaze. Instead, it was as though he was measuring us, weighing us with some terrible knowledge he could never reveal. "The town has waited," he murmured, almost to himself. his gaze drifting back toward the shadows. Before either of us could ask another question, the man turned and walked away, his steps dragging, almost languid, as if he were walking toward something, somewhere not meant for us. But what chilled me to the bone wasn't his strange, distant behavior, it was the way he walked. The way his feet didn't quite touch the ground, as if he were hovering just slightly above the earth. A mere shadow among shadows. We stood there, silent, for what felt like an eternity. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating. The strange man had vanished into the alleyway without a sound. I felt a sudden, intense need to leave, but my legs felt like lead, weighed down by the oppressive atmosphere of the town. I turned to Marcus, who was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "This isn't right," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "We need to leave. Now." Marcus nodded, but he didn't speak. We turned and began to walk back toward where we thought we had come from. But the town seemed to have shifted again. The buildings were slightly different now, darker, more oppressive. The street signs, which had been faded and almost illegible, were now brand new, sharp and clear. I squinted at the signs, my stomach dropping as I saw that the names had changed. The street I thought we were on no longer existed. My heart pounded in my chest, and I grabbed Marcus's arm. "We're not where we were. We've gone in circles," he interrupted, his voice tight with panic. He was right. We had been walking in a straight line, but now, it felt like the town was pulling us in different directions, shifting its layout as if it were alive. The sky above us had turned an unnatural shade of dark purple, the clouds swirling in slow, deliberate patterns. A few stars were visible through the mist, but they twinkled erratically, moving in ways that didn't seem natural. The town had become more than just a place, it was a living, breathing entity. One that fed off our confusion, our fear. I could feel it in my bones. We quickened our pace, but no matter how fast we walked, we couldn't seem to reach the edge of the town. The houses, the streets, the alleyways, they all melded together, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that didn't quite fit. "Where are we?" I asked, barely able to form the words. "I don't know," Marcus replied, his voice hollow, distant. "But I think we need to find out, or we'll never leave." I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. My gut told me that discovering the town's secret might mean losing ourselves forever, becoming part of the twisted, time-bending cycle that had already begun to consume us. But as I looked at Marcus, I knew we had no choice. The town was toying with us, manipulating our every move. And the only way to break free was to confront it head-on. As we continued walking, I noticed something strange in the distance. A faint light flickering from one of the windows. It was a pale, eerie glow, almost inviting, like a beacon in the suffocating darkness. We had no other options, so we moved toward it, the air growing heavier with each step. The oppressive silence hung over us, broken only by the faint hum that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath our feet. When we reached the building, I saw the same man from earlier standing by the door. He was still staring out into the street, his back to us. His body was unnaturally still, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise as we approached. The closer we got, the more I felt that sickening pull, that sense that something was waiting for us on the other side of the door. Marcus hesitated, but I knew we had no choice. We had to go through. So, I grabbed the door handle, and with a deep breath, I twisted it open. And as the door creaked wide, the world on the other side seemed to warp and twist, just like the town around us. A gust of cold air swept over us, and I could hear faint whispers, growing louder and louder. We stepped into the unknown, not knowing if we were finally going to escape, or if we were about to lose ourselves completely in the maze of shadows that had claimed the town. The sky above was clear, the first sign of relief in what felt like days. But as we moved closer to the horizon, the hills grew distorted, folding in on themselves, as though they were being erased by an unseen hand. The air around us began to thicken again, the humidity returning, heavy and oppressive, pulling at the breath in my lungs. The farther we walked, the more distant the sky seemed, as though the world around us was retracting, becoming smaller and more suffocating. I could feel the ground shifting beneath my feet, softening into something less stable, like walking on a carpet that wasn't quite tacked down. My senses were starting to distort again. The city, no, the place we were in, had a malevolent force, one that played with time and space, warping reality with each passing moment. I heard footsteps behind us, too deliberate to be anyone else's. When I turned, the street was empty. Nothing but the faint shiver of the night air. "Marcus," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Something's not right." But Marcus didn't reply. I turned to find him standing still, his eyes wide and locked on something just beyond me. His face had gone pale, his lips trembling, as though he had seen something beyond the veil of the ordinary world. "What is it?" I asked, stepping closer. But as I reached for him, he jerked back with a sharp gasp, eyes still staring at the distance. "There," he muttered, pointing toward a figure emerging from the shifting landscape. "Do you see that?" The figure was a silhouette, tall and vague, its outline flickering like a flame caught in the wind. I squinted, feeling my stomach twist. The figure began to move toward us, each step heavy and deliberate, dragging its form through the distorted air like a ghost struggling to hold its shape. I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, but it was impossible. The figure wasn't walking, it was gliding, each movement flowing unnaturally. I wanted to speak, but the words caught in my throat, suffocated by a rising tide of panic. It felt like the entire world had stopped moving, leaving us frozen in place. "We need to move," Marcus said suddenly, his voice flat. "Now." And before I could respond, he turned and bolted in the opposite direction. The figure continued to follow, growing closer, its movement fluid and unnatural. I didn't want to look back, but I felt the pull of its presence, dragging my thoughts toward it as though it were a part of the landscape itself. We ran, our footsteps pounding against the ground, a frantic rhythm that echoed in the silence. The street stretched out endlessly, but no matter how fast we moved, the town seemed to fold in on itself. We were trapped in the loops again, each corner leading to another impossibly familiar place. My breath was ragged, my chest aching with the weight of fear. But I couldn't stop. I wouldn't let it claim me, not again. "It's not real, it's not real," I repeated over and over, forcing the words out, hoping they would anchor me to the world I knew. But the words felt hollow. The landscape continued to flicker, bending and twisting like an image on a broken screen. We couldn't escape. The figure was closer now, its movements still unnatural, its form stretching like a dark thread through the distortion. It was no longer just a silhouette but something much worse. Its limbs were elongated, impossibly thin, with fingers that curved like claws, reaching out to grasp the very air around it. I could see its face now. Or rather, its lack of one, a blank, featureless surface that seemed to absorb light. "Run!" Marcus screamed, his voice breaking. We turned again. But there was nowhere to run. The road had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of blackness. The town had evaporated, leaving only that horrible void behind us. I felt the weight of the darkness pressing against my chest, smothering me. The figure's voice sliced through the silence, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate deep within my bones. "You cannot escape," it hissed, its voice an echo that distorted into several more voices, all overlapping in a maddening, inhuman chorus. "You belong here, just like the others." My heart lurched. "The others?" I whispered. The figure raised one of its arms, its fingers stretching like spider legs, reaching toward us with a chilling certainty. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen in place, my body refusing to obey. The air shifted again, the coldness intensifying. I could feel the pull of its presence, drawing me closer to it. And just when I thought I couldn't take another second, a bright light exploded from behind me. The figure recoiled, its form distorting as though the light was repelling it. The world around us began to unravel, snapping back into focus as though the fabric of reality had been stretched too thin. I blinked and found myself standing on a street, the familiar surroundings of the town gone. The sky was clear, the air calm. But the fear that gripped me remained. Marcus was gone. I searched the street, my heart pounding, but he wasn't there. The streetlights flickered in the distance, casting long shadows across the pavement. And the emptiness stretched before me, a reminder of what we had escaped and what still lingered in the depths of that impossible place. I stood alone, the echoes of the figure's words ringing in my ears. "You belong here." The words twisted in my mind, carving themselves into my thoughts. The journey wasn't over. It had only just begun. The town wasn't gone, it was always here, waiting. And I couldn't escape. Not completely. The next steps would be the hardest. But they were the only ones I had left to take. I had no choice but to keep moving, to search for the truth buried beneath the shadows. And hope that one day, I could unravel the tangled threads of this place before it consumed me entirely. The forest around me was dense. The trees towering overhead like dark sentinels, their branches intertwining to block out the moonlight. The only illumination came from the faint, eerie glow of the mist, which seemed to pulse with an almost unnatural rhythm. I couldn't shake the feeling that the very ground beneath me was alive, watching, shifting as I moved through it. I tried to ignore the whispers in the air, but they persisted, low and indecipherable, like voices carried by the wind. My steps faltered, my breath caught in my chest. With every turn, every crackling branch beneath my feet, I felt the weight of unseen eyes pressing into my back. There was a sense of malevolence here, as though the forest itself had a consciousness that resented my intrusion. I had come to this place on the edge of the world, seeking something, peace, perhaps, or a way to escape the confines of modern life. A small cabin was nestled deep within the trees, a remote retreat promised to offer the solitude I craved. But from the moment I arrived, something felt off, like I had crossed into another world, one where the rules of nature no longer applied. The cabin, though quaint in appearance, felt suffocating. The walls, lined with dark wood, seemed to pulse with the same oppressive energy as the forest outside. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged pine and damp earth, as though it had been sealed off from the world for far too long. I tried to reassure myself, telling myself it was just my imagination. But deep down, I knew that something here was watching me. It wasn't until the first night, when the wind howled through the trees and the cabin creaked with every gust, that the true horror began to reveal itself. I woke to the sound of scratching at the door, slow and deliberate, as if something or someone was trying to claw its way in. My heart pounded as I lay still, barely breathing, listening to the noise. It stopped suddenly, leaving only the silence of the darkened cabin. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was just the wind, a stray branch tapping against the door. But as I lay there, the unease settled into my bones, a gnawing feeling that something was just beyond my sight, waiting. The hours stretched on, my mind playing tricks on me. And by morning, I had convinced myself that the scratching had been a figment of my overactive imagination. But the second night, the scratching returned. Louder. More insistent. This time, it didn't stop. The noise grew, escalating until it sounded like something was trying to break through the door. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, my body frozen in terror. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the scratching stopped, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and my jacket, desperate to escape the oppressive cabin and the claustrophobic fear that had taken hold of me. The forest outside had gone silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. But the moment I stepped outside, a feeling of vertigo hit me. The trees, the ground, everything around me felt disjointed, as if the very world had shifted in the night. My flashlight flickered in my hand as I stumbled through the underbrush, the path ahead barely visible in the darkness. I could feel something moving just beyond my sight, always in my peripheral vision. I heard footsteps behind me, soft and deliberate, but every time I turned, there was nothing there. My heart raced, my breath came in shallow gasps, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. As I continued to walk, the trees around me seemed to close in, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes, like arms reaching down to grab me. The ground felt uneven, as though I were walking on the edge of a cliff, my feet unsure of where to land next. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, but it also carried something else, something metallic, like the taste of blood. That's when I saw it. At the edge of my flashlight's beam, a shadow moved. Just a fleeting glimpse of something tall, thin, and dark. My blood ran cold as I recognized the shape. It was humanoid, but its movements were unnatural, jerking and twitching as though it was struggling to hold itself together. My feet moved before my brain could catch up, and I turned to run, my legs carrying me faster than I thought possible. The creature followed, its footsteps echoing in the night, growing louder with every step. I could feel it gaining on me, its presence pressing against my back like a suffocating weight. I ran faster, pushing through the trees, but the ground beneath me shifted. Again, the forest twisting as though it were alive, changing with each frantic step I took. I could hear its breath now, low and guttural, as it closed in. I dared not look back, terrified of seeing what lurked behind me. And then, just as I thought I could run no more, I stumbled out into a clearing. My breath came in ragged gasps as I looked around, realizing that I had no idea where I was. The moon hung overhead, but everything in the clearing felt wrong, out of place. The trees bent at strange angles, their branches hanging down like twisted fingers. The figure emerged from the darkness, taller now, its long arms reaching toward me. I could see its face. If you could call it a face, just a featureless void of shadow. A dark abyss that seemed to pull in all light. It raised one long arm, and I felt a sudden pressure in my chest, as though my very soul was being drawn toward it. My vision blurred, and I felt my body becoming lighter, as if gravity itself were losing its grip on me. I was being pulled toward the figure, drawn into its darkness. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for whatever was coming. But just as I thought it was all over, a sudden gust of wind surged through the clearing. The creature recoiled, its form flickering like a flame in a breeze, before it vanished into the night. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. My heart thundered in my chest, my skin slick with sweat. I couldn't tell if I was still in the same world or if I had been pulled into something far darker. The wind howled around me, and I could hear the faintest whisper, as though the forest itself was speaking. "You cannot leave." The voice whispered, echoing in my mind, sending a chill through my spine. You belong to the forest now. The words seemed to hang in the air. A final warning, and I knew then that I could never truly escape. Not from the creature, not from the forest, and not from the curse that had taken hold of me. I had crossed the threshold into a world where fear and reality no longer made sense, and there was no going back. The forest was alive, watching, and it would never let me leave. My only choice was to survive, to fight back against the dark forces that wanted to consume me. But even as I stood there, my knees shaking, I knew that the forest had already claimed me. The ripple spread wider, expanding across the surface with deliberate slowness, like the silent pulse of some unseen creature beneath the water. My throat tightened, and I stood frozen, unsure whether I should retreat or press on. I had never been afraid of lakes. But now, something deep in my gut told me that this was different. Something was waiting beneath the surface, watching me as intently as I watched. The ripples continued to expand, and then, as if in response to my growing discomfort, the water began to churn. A shape shifted beneath the glassy surface, long and undulating, moving with an eerie, fluid grace. It was too large, too deliberate in its movement to be any common aquatic creature. My mind raced through every possibility, trying to rationalize what I was seeing, but nothing made sense. It was as if the lake itself was alive. Its depths home to something far older and more dangerous than any ecosystem I had ever studied. I stepped back, my heart hammering, a cold sweat rolling down my neck. The sensation of being watched intensified, and I turned quickly, half expecting to see eyes peering through the reeds or some monstrous shape emerging from the water. But the shoreline was empty. The lake seemed just as still as it had been moments ago, save for the lingering ripples that slowly faded back into the depths. I tried to push the unease aside, telling myself it was just the wind or a fish disturbing the surface, though the stillness of the surrounding forest contradicted that explanation. The water was unnaturally calm. No breeze to stir the reeds or cause such an odd, circular ripple. My pulse remained elevated, and the gnawing feeling that I was no longer alone in the woods persisted. Something had shifted, and it was as if the very fabric of the place was holding its breath, waiting. I finished collecting my sample as quickly as I could, my hands shaking so violently that it was a struggle to maintain control of the equipment. I kept my gaze locked on the lake, but I couldn't bring myself to look closely enough to see the ripples fading into the distance. Every instinct told me to leave, to retreat back to my base and let whatever had disturbed the water remain a mystery. But there was something that pulled at me, beckoning me to stay, to observe more, to understand what was lurking just beneath the surface. As I turned to head back up the path, I couldn't help but glance one last time at the still water. That's when I saw it. A faint shadow beneath the surface, moving in a slow, deliberate arc. My breath caught in my throat, and my stomach twisted. This time, the shape was unmistakable. There, rising from the depths, was a dark figure, a form too large and unnatural to be anything from this world. It was as if the lake itself had birthed it from the void. A creature that did not belong in the world of men. My legs froze, and for a brief moment, I felt as though I might lose myself to the vision of the creature emerging. Its form rippled in the water, undulating with a graceful and terrifying fluidity. And then, just as I was about to call out for help, it disappeared beneath the surface with a single, sharp movement. The lake, once again, became eerily still, as if nothing had ever disturbed it. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, too terrified to move, too mesmerized by the darkness below to leave. It took every ounce of my strength to tear myself away from the edge of the water and back onto the path. My heart thudded in my chest, my body trembling uncontrollably as I made my way. Back to camp. My mind was awash with confusion and fear. My scientific mind struggling to comprehend what I had just witnessed. By the time I returned to my tent, I had convinced myself that it was a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light and water. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. The forest, the lake, the unsettling stillness. It was all connected, and whatever resided in that water had been waiting for me. As I lay awake that night, listening to the distant sound of wind rustling through the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting, biding its time. It was as if the forest itself had been watching me, waiting for me to cross a threshold I hadn't yet understood. And as the hours stretched on, I knew that I had only glimpsed a small fraction of the dark forces that moved within this place. I was no longer just an observer. I had become part of the forest's web, whether I wanted to be or not. And as I closed my eyes to sleep, the memory of that creature's shadow haunted my thoughts, its presence lingering like a weight in my chest. Something had changed in the woods, and I feared I might never be able to leave. Not in the same way I had come. It wasn't just the forest anymore. It had crept into everything around me. At night, I could hear whispers that seemed to come from within the walls of the cabin, as if the building itself had become a living, breathing organism. Sometimes, I would wake to find the air unusually thick, pressing against my chest like invisible hands, making it difficult to breathe. The whispers would grow louder as the darkness deepened, only to vanish when I tried to pinpoint their source. One night, I decided to confront whatever was lurking, whatever was drawing my attention. Armed with a flashlight, I ventured into the woods, determined to face the unnerving presence that had haunted me since that first encounter with the man in the coat. My steps were hesitant, the beam of light quivering in my hand. The trees loomed like dark sentinels, their branches swaying in eerie harmony, creating shifting patterns in the light. It was then that I noticed the ground. At first, it was just a feeling, an instinctive awareness that something was off, but as I focused, I saw it, lines etched into the earth, winding through the underbrush like a path hidden in plain sight. It wasn't just natural growth. These marks were too deliberate, too geometric, as if something or someone had carved them into the earth. The deeper I went into the woods, the clearer the lines became, almost as if they were guiding me. A sense of inevitability began to set in, like the earth itself was pushing me toward a certain destination. I followed the lines, unsure of what I was about to uncover. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if I was walking through a thickening fog of my own fear. Eventually, I came to a clearing that was eerily quiet. The sounds of the forest had fallen silent, as though even the trees were holding their breath. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone archway, covered in vines, moss, and ancient carvings I couldn't quite make out. The arch seemed out of place, a structure that didn't belong in this natural setting. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I approached it. There was no doubt in my mind that I was standing in front of something ancient, something not meant for human eyes. As I reached out to touch the stone, the air around me seemed to distort, vibrating with a low hum. The markings on the archway shifted before my eyes, slowly rearranging themselves into shapes I recognized from the notebook I had found earlier. The same geometric symbols, the same cryptic language. In that moment, I understood what I had stumbled upon. The forest, the entities, the whispers, they were all connected. This place was a nexus, a point where dimensions converged, where time folded and reality bent. The markings on my skin, the distortions in the air, the shadows I had seen moving in my peripheral vision, they were all part of a greater system, one that used emotions and energy as a conduit to shift between worlds. I tried to step back, but my body froze. A presence materialized before me. stepping out from the shadows beneath the archway. It was tall, its features obscured by a cloak of darkness, but I could feel its eyes on me. Cold and knowing. The figure tilted its head, and for a brief moment, I could hear that same low hum, now vibrating through my bones. It wasn't just observing me, it was feeding, drawing from the energy I had unknowingly provided. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. I could feel the weight of its gaze pressing against me, like it was anchoring me to the spot. My breath became shallow, and my vision blurred as the figure extended a hand toward me, its long fingers reaching through the air with unnatural precision. It was as if it was about to pull me into the depths of whatever dimension it hailed from. Then, suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through my body, breaking the paralysis. I stumbled backward, gasping for air, the world spinning around me. The figure's hand stopped midair, and for a moment, its form flickered, as though it was about to dissolve into the shadows. The hum in the air intensified, and the air around me seemed to solidify, pressing in from all sides. I didn't wait to see what happened next. My survival instincts kicked in, and I turned, running as fast as I could. Through the trees. Branches whipped at my face, the ground beneath me seemed to shift with every step, but I didn't dare slow down. The presence, I could feel it, still watching, still lurking just beyond my reach. When I finally reached the edge of the woods and stumbled back onto the main trail, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The silence returned, but it was different now, oppressive. Like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trees stood silent around me, the path ahead dark and uninviting. I wanted to leave, to get as far away from this cursed place as possible. But the thought of what I had just encountered stayed with me. The figures, the energy, the ancient markings, they were all connected to something far bigger than I could comprehend. Something that had been waiting for me to arrive, to awaken it from its slumber. And now, I was a part of it. Whether I wanted to be or not. I don't know how I'll ever escape the grip of this place, or if it's even possible. But one thing is certain. I am no longer just a biologist studying wildlife. I am a part of this place, marked by it, and I fear that I may never be able to escape the pull of whatever force lurks just beneath the surface of reality. Every step I take, every breath I take, feels like it's drawing me closer to whatever fate this place has in store for me. The forest still lingers inside me, in the way I feel the weight of the trees even when I'm surrounded by urban noise. It's in the flicker of shadows in corners, the stillness between moments, when nothing stirs, and the sensation that something is always just behind me. As much as I try to focus on the mundane, those entities remain close, as if they are patiently waiting for the right moment to breach the thin veil that separates us from their world. I've been trying to return to a semblance of normalcy. Work, social obligations, the routines that used to ground me. But even the simplest of tasks, like answering a phone call or stepping into an elevator, carries the feeling of being watched, the oppressive air thick with something that shouldn't be. I can't shake the sense that the space around me has grown smaller, that even in daylight, the shadows hold secrets, waiting to reveal their shape in the quietest moments. I began to keep journals, though not just for research anymore. The pages are filled with observations, scientific notes at times, but at others, frantic ramblings about the strange disturbances, the way time seems to warp. The sensation of being tethered to something far older than I can understand. The more I write, the more I feel as though I'm chasing a truth I cannot quite grasp, a truth that exists just beyond my consciousness. Marcus, who had been with me on that initial trip, hasn't spoken to me in weeks. I called him, trying to explain, but he didn't pick up. Maybe he's been avoiding me, or maybe he's experiencing the same things. But he hasn't shared a word. I wonder if he's running from the same horrifying truth that I am, the one where we aren't entirely ourselves anymore. Are we just shadows of who we were before we crossed that threshold? Every so often, I feel the pull of that place again. Like a magnetic force calling me back to the forest, to the town, to those entities. It's hard to explain, but I know it's a part of me now. Embedded deep into my psyche. Sometimes, when I'm alone, the shadows seem to stretch out, as if reaching for me, and I feel an undeniable urge to return, to face whatever is waiting on the other side. I don't know what will happen if I do. But I do know that whatever it has only just begun to reveal itself. I can feel the stirring at the edges of my mind, the quiet whispers that come just before sleep. And every night, as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I wonder if this is the calm before the storm, or if I've already crossed over into their world, whether I realize it or not. One thing is certain. I'm no longer just a biologist. I'm someone marked by an ancient force. Trapped between realms, caught in the unraveling of time. And no matter where I go, I'll always be tethered to that forest. To the memories of what I saw, and the horrifying possibility that I may have become part of their dark ecosystem, forever feeding their hunger. It's only a matter of time before I'm drawn back to the place where it all began, and when I return, I fear that the entities will be waiting for me. Watching, waiting to claim the final piece of what's left of me. Until then, I live in the uneasy space between knowing I've escaped, but always wondering when that door will open again. At first, it was subtle, the faint creak of the floorboards late at night when we were both in bed, or the muffled rustle of something shifting in the shadows. But over time, the noises grew more pronounced, footsteps that seemed to follow me down the hallway, a faint whispering voice I couldn't make out. Like a conversation just out of reach. Every time I turned the corner or glanced over my shoulder, I found nothing but the empty apartment. Quiet and still. Yet, the sense of being watched lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. Adam had his own unsettling experiences, too. He started waking up at odd hours, his face pale and sweat-soaked, claiming that he felt someone standing at the foot of his bed, watching him. His voice shook when he spoke about it, and I could see the dread building up behind his eyes. We both agreed something wasn't right, but neither of us dared to confront it. We simply ignored it, assuming it was just stress or fatigue playing tricks on our minds. But it wasn't long before the apartment seemed to change. The air grew heavier, thick with an oppressive energy that made it hard to breathe, like the walls were slowly closing in. The temperature fluctuated. Inexplicably, one moment freezing cold, the next stifling hot, and at night, the silence became almost unbearable. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was lying in wait, that the apartment was slowly becoming an entity itself, feeding off our fear. One evening, as I walked down the hallway, I felt a distinct shift in the air. The shadows in the corners of my vision grew darker, more defined. The hallway, once familiar and comforting, now felt alien, as if it had transformed into a tunnel that led nowhere. The light overhead flickered and dimmed, casting eerie, elongated shadows across the walls. I reached for the light switch, but it didn't work. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered. The distance between the end of the corridor and my door felt infinite. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the light wasn't the only thing that was off. The walls seemed to pulse, subtly, as if breathing with me. I tried to step forward, but my feet felt heavy, as if I was wading through thick fog. The walls, the floor, the very air around me felt alive. And I was no longer sure I was in the same apartment anymore. I glanced back at the door behind me, but it was gone. The hallway stretched on, a never-ending expanse. That's when I heard it. A voice, low and guttural, emanating from somewhere deep within the walls. It wasn't Adam's voice. It wasn't anyone's voice. It was an ancient sound. The kind that seemed to come from a place far older than the apartment. Far older than time itself. The words were indecipherable. But the intent behind them was clear. I was not alone. Something was here, and it wanted me. My heartbeat thundered in my chest. And I turned to flee. I grabbed the nearest door handle. But the door wouldn't open. I slammed against it, desperate to escape. But the walls seemed to push back, trapping me. The hallway lengthened, stretching further with each step I took. Panic flooded my senses, and my mind spun into chaos. What was happening? Was this some twisted nightmare that had become my reality? When I finally managed to pry open the door and rush inside, I found Adam standing in the middle of our living room, his eyes wide with fear. He didn't speak, but his face was twisted in a silent scream. Behind him, the walls of the apartment seemed to shimmer, undulating like liquid. The air grew thick again, and the temperature dropped. I couldn't see what was happening, but I could feel it. A presence that was not human, not earthly, circling us, waiting. The apartment was no longer just a space. It was a conduit, a gateway. And we were trapped in its web. Our minds, our bodies, were being pulled into a force we couldn't comprehend. An ancient presence that had been waiting for us. It had followed us, drawn to our fear, our confusion, and now it had us. Adam and I tried to scream, to escape, but the air around us thickened. The room distorted, twisting and turning, a nightmare that had no beginning end. No end. Time lost all meaning. The seconds stretched into eternity. Each one bringing us closer to the heart of whatever force had consumed this place. I felt the last remnants of my sanity slip away. I realized, too late, that the apartment was not just a building. It was a living, breathing entity, and we were its prey. We had always been its prey. The voices in the walls, the shifting shadows, the unrelenting pressure, they were all part of a cycle. A pattern that would repeat for as long as it wanted. And I understood, in a moment of terrifying clarity, that there was no escape. No matter how far we ran, no matter how hard we tried to escape this place, the apartment would always find a way to bring us back. The walls would never let go. Every surface felt foreign. Every corner held the weight of anticipation, as though something, or someone, was waiting. Marcus and I stopped talking about it directly. The words were too heavy, too unsettling. Instead, we moved in a quiet, tense dance around the apartment, each of us trying not to acknowledge what was becoming all too evident. The apartment, the hallways, the lights were changing. And so were we. The corridor that had always felt familiar now seemed to stretch, to curve, twisting around itself in a way that defied logic. I'd walk into the hallway and find myself at the end in an instant, only to turn back and discover that I hadn't even moved. The doors and walls seemed to shift, slightly, subtly, like a living organism stretching and reshaping to its will. I tried to ignore it, to rationalize it. But each passing day, the change became more pronounced. The air felt thicker, pressing down on my chest with each breath. One night, I couldn't sleep. I sat up in bed, staring into the darkness, listening to the subtle hum of the lights, the creaking of the floorboards. Something wasn't right. And as the stillness settled around me, the figure emerged again. Not in my dreams this time, but in the corner of my vision. Standing in the shadows. Tall, impossibly thin, and impossibly still. Its presence radiated an unspoken hunger that made my stomach clench painfully. My breath caught in my throat as it seemed to move, its head tilting slightly. Just enough to know it was aware of me. But it didn't move forward. It didn't speak. It simply watched, a chilling presence in the dark. I could feel the weight of its gaze pressing against me. My limbs froze in place, my entire body locked in fear. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. The apartment was empty again, save for the hum of the lights and the low creak of the walls. But the silence felt wrong, hollow, as though the apartment itself was holding its breath. I sat there for what felt like hours. My body tense, my mind screaming to run, to leave. But where could I go? What was I running from? It had already claimed the space. I felt it. I knew it. The next morning, Marcus was gone. Not in the way that someone leaves for work or takes a day trip. No, it was as if he had vanished. His things were still there, his clothes, his books, his bag by the door. But Marcus himself was nowhere to be found. The apartment felt empty in a way that it never had before. The silence was deafening. I walked from room to room, checking every nook and cranny. But there was no sign of him. Not a trace. And that's when I heard it. The faintest whisper of something stirring in the walls. A click. A scrape. And then a voice. Low. Hushed. Like it was speaking through the cracks. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest as I turned around, half expecting to see him standing there. But there was no one. Only shadows, longer now, stretching across the floor as the light in the hallway flickered once more. The voice came again, clearer this time, calling my name. Victor. I didn't know whether I was hallucinating or if something in the apartment was truly alive, aware, and waiting. I ran for the door, but as I reached for the handle, I froze. The hallway seemed wrong. It was longer, stretching impossibly far into the distance, much farther than it should have been. The walls pulsed. The floor creaked with each step I took. The figure was back. But this time, it wasn't standing still. It was moving toward me. Its tall form shifting and warping in ways I couldn't comprehend. Its eyes, dark and infinite, glowed faintly in the dark as it approached. I tried to turn, to flee, but the hallway twisted, the walls closing in on me. I couldn't escape. I could feel the air thinning, as though the very space around me was squeezing, constricting. And then, I felt it. A cold hand on my shoulder, pulling me back toward the figure. And just like that, everything stopped. The walls stopped moving. The figure paused, standing just out of reach. It tilted its head, as though examining me. The air seemed to vibrate, like a sound too low to hear. But I could feel it in my bones. The whisper returned. This time, I understood. You're part of it now. You always have been. My heart thundered in my chest as I struggled to breathe, struggling to comprehend what was happening. But before I could react, everything blurred. The world spun. Disorienting and dizzying, like I was falling into something far deeper than my mind could handle. When I finally opened my eyes, I was standing in the same hallway. But it was different. The walls, the floor. Everything was covered in strange markings. The symbols on the walls glowed faintly, like they were waiting for me to acknowledge them. And there, in the center of it all, was Marcus. His eyes were wide, empty. His expression frozen. Victor! He whispered. His voice was hollow, distant. We were always meant to be here. I stepped forward, my mind spinning. What was happening? What had happened to him? And then I realized. He wasn't Marcus anymore. He was a part of it. The apartment. The place. The endless loop. My pulse quickened, and the world tilted again. I could feel myself being pulled into the center of it all. As if the walls were alive, taking me with them, dragging me deeper into the mystery, deeper into the endless, inescapable cycle. And that, I realized, was the truth of this place. There was no escape. Not for me. Not for Marcus. Not for anyone who set foot in that cursed apartment. Because once it claimed you, once it had you in its grasp, it would never let go. The figure screeched, a high-pitched sound that reverberated through the air like a broken record, distorting and warping my very thoughts. I could feel the darkness pressing in around me, threatening to swallow every part of my being. The temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the chilled air, and I could feel my mind fraying at the edges. But I pushed forward. I had to. The thought of being trapped in this nightmare forever was unbearable. I imagined the apartment in its simplest form. The worn carpet, the cracked kitchen sink, the familiar, comforting mess of life that was real. With each step, I concentrated on those details, forcing them to stabilize the dream, to anchor me to this reality. I could feel Adam's presence beside me, our shared determination pulsating like a beat in the dark. We were going to break through, we had to. We couldn't let that entity take hold of us any longer. The figure lunged again, this time faster, more vicious. Its skeletal arms stretching towards me with the force of a tidal wave. The air around it felt like it was tearing apart the fabric of reality. Splitting. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that shook my chest. Feeling my own fear ricochet back at me, the pull of the figure's presence, trying to swallow my will. But just as it seemed like we were about to be consumed, the room shattered, no, the corridor shattered. Flickering like a broken film reel. Blinding light poured through the cracks. And for a split second, I saw the world of the apartment beyond the dream. The living room, the kitchen, the hallway, everything was there. I grasped onto that image with everything I had. I mentally pulled myself toward it, focusing on the concrete walls, the scent of the air, the weight of the floor beneath my feet. Reality was close. Closer than it had been in days. I could taste it. And then, the breach. A jagged crack of light that felt like it ripped through my very soul. A surge of overwhelming force that threw me backward. For a moment, I was weightless, like I was floating in between two worlds. My body suspended in a liminal space. My mind felt like it was splitting into a thousand pieces. But then, I was back. The walls, the familiar scent of laundry, detergent, the faint hum of the refrigerator. I was in the living room. On the couch, gasping for air, blinking in the light of the real world. My hands were shaking, my skin clammy, but I was awake. Adam was beside me, his face pale, his eyes wide with the same terror I felt. He was breathing hard, disoriented. The room around us was silent. But the air felt thick. We didn't need to speak. We both knew what had just happened. We'd breached the dream. We'd made it out. But I could feel it. Even though we were back in the apartment, even though the world around us seemed solid once again, I knew the entity hadn't been banished. It had felt the breach. It had felt us fighting back, resisting its control. And somehow, I knew it wasn't over. The air was oppressive again. A quiet weight pressing down on my chest. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch further than they should, and I felt a creeping sensation that something was still watching, waiting. The apartment had become a cage. A living prison of our own making. The breach had been temporary and opening. Yes, but the entity would find its way back. We hadn't freed ourselves. We had only delayed the inevitable. The thought chilled me to the bone. And so, we live now in the knowing. The knowing that we are marked. That the corridors still twist somewhere in the back of our minds. And the shadows in the room will always be there, waiting for the next opening. The next breach. Our lives are no longer ours to control. but tied to something far older, far darker than we ever imagined. The entity watches, always. And in time, we will have to face it again.